Okay. I was told I need to speak up, so I'll do my best. I would like to call this meeting to order, so good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to the fifth meeting of the Legislative Committee for the Review and Oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and Marlette Lake Water System. It's a mouthful. Today, the committee will be receiving presentations mainly focused on Lake Tahoe's water quality, environmental health. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Senator Scheibel?
Here.
Senator Titus?
Here.
Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod?
Here.
Assemblyman Gray? Assemblywoman Taylor?
Present.
Chair Daly?
Here. And I believe Mr. Gray is excused, won't be able to make it today. So as we get started, the usual housekeeping announcements. Please note that committee members be using their laptops, take notes and various things during the meeting. Skipping a page here. Meeting materials and public comment have been posted to the legislator's website, unless the materials are copyright restricted, but if you want to sign up for electronic notifications, it's in the electronic versions, you can ask for that. Please sign in at the door if you're going to speak. Provide a business card if you have one to the secretary. Make sure we spell your name right for the minutes. When speaking, please press the mic button. Please state and spell your name. We will have public comment period at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes per speaker and will be timed. Members of the public may provide testimony in several different ways: in writing, email, in person here. All of that's available on the website as well. Finally, I'd like to remind everybody to silence their electronic devices, cell phones, laptops, etc. I was just reviewing this, read it myself, and put mine on vibrate, so if you haven't done it yet, go ahead. With that, we will move on to the first period of public comment. Agenda item 2. As we said, 2 minutes for that. Say your name, and so we'll begin with whoever wants to come up for public comment. Fill the chairs, and we'll start off. Thank you. Whoever's first, whenever you're ready.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org, FLAHERTY. Honorable committee members, I request this committee recommend to the Nevada Legislature that all future funding to the TRPA be put on hold until the following actions are taken by the TRPA Governing Board. 1, place a moratorium on all TRPA non-exempt activities until a supplemental cumulative impact EIS to the 2012 regional plan is completed. 2, place a moratorium on all TRPA non-exempt activities until the TRPA develops and adopts thresholds of significance for wildfire and winter peril evacuation times. 3, suspend TRPA Code of Ordinances Section 2.5 and 2.6 until the supplemental EIS described above is completed. 4, eliminate the TRPA initial environmental checklist for non-exempt activities in favor of an environmental assessment. 5, modify the TRPA rules of procedures and Code of Ordinances to allow the public the option of non-binding mediation conducted under the applicable rules of the American Arbitration Association or the John S. McCain National Center for Environmental Conflict Resolution before pursuing recourse in a court of law. 6, request TRPA and DOT and their partners immediately halt the progress of the expansion of the East Shore Trail until a cumulative impact EIS is conducted based on new information and changed circumstances. 7, due to the highly controversial mismanagement under the current TRPA leadership and the fact that the TRPA refuses to acknowledge that the Nevada Open Meeting Law and Brown Act apply to the TRPA, requests the TRPA to immediately create and institute a whistleblower protective process to allow former, current, and future employees to blow the whistle on instances of TRPA mismanagement or violations of the compact, including applicable federal, state, and local law and regulation violations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee.
I am Peggy Borland, and I'm here today with a request. When these Oversight Committee meetings started last January in Carson City, many of us had high hopes that this process and your oversight participation would result in some long overdue reforms to an agency that has veered off the course of lake protection in favor of economic development under the banner of a tourist economy. It is my opinion and that of many around the lake who consider themselves environmentalists that the pendulum has swung too far towards development and tourism to the detriment of the lake, while putting residents and our tourists in danger when the call for a fire evacuation comes. In these past months, we have all sat through many blue sky presentations from the likes of the TRPA, the Prosperity Center, and others. Your committee has curated these groups to be presenters without offering a local, nonprofit citizens conservation groups an opportunity to present to this committee. We have serious concerns about unmet thresholds and compliance deficiencies. Friday, August 16th is the final hearing for this committee, and it would show good faith and transparency to invite several of these groups who could consolidate and coordinate their presentations into one to present an expanded environmental perspective beyond the 2 minutes that we're given to speak during public comment. And I thank you for giving this idea consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm a 54-year-old. No, I'm not. I'm much older than that. 54-year resident of North Lake Tahoe. And I used to have brown hair when this all started in 2007. But anyway, I've owned my own business. I've built commercial buildings. I'm a Nevada and California real estate broker for over 40 years. The important thing to know today is that TRPA is lacking transparency. It's almost completely missing. When we asked TRPA for the minutes of the Stewardship Tahoe and their financials and the MOU with their 30 partners, TRPA wanted $2,000 for that information. This stuff should actually be on the Stewardship Tahoe website. I have emails to this effect, so it is the case. They wanted $2,000 to review. Since TRPA doesn't have any taxing authority, TRPA's latest tactic is creating or aligning with new entities that are quasi-governmental. And then they are starting to, they have authority. And these people, Tahoe Prosperity Center, Tahoe Fund, Stewardship Tahoe, they want taxes. But they're not even, we don't even know who to go to for redress. We can't get information without paying for it. So I will hope that you will really look into this and ask them to be more transparent with the public and to find out what is really going on. North Tahoe Preservation Alliance has over 600 members. We have 1,000 signatures on a petition. We have been doing this since 2007. 4,000 have viewed our video, which says, "Say No to Urbanization of Lake Tahoe." 4,000 have seen our TikTok videos. Why am I telling you this? Because the TRPA and governing board members, some, have portrayed us as gray-haired, which that part's true, but rich gray-haired second homeowners, and that couldn't be farther.
2 minutes if you can wrap it up, please.
Couldn't be farther from the truth. We are attorneys and planners and physicists, and I hope you will listen to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Osborne. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Edgewood Companies, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today and highlight our invaluable partnership with TRPA. In the brief time I have, I'll provide a condensed version of our achievements together. Over the past decade, our company's growth is a testament to our collaboration with TRPA, who have been invaluable in this journey. We have developed our property responsibly, demonstrating our commitment to environmental preservation. Edgewood Companies employs over 700 staff members and operates a 154-room lodge, 14 luxury villas, 3 restaurants, spa, retail outlets, and a seasonal 18-hole golf course. Our mantra, to be stewards of the land, guardians of the lake, and solid corporate citizens, is a principle we hold very dear. Prior to breaking ground to the lodge, our partnership with TRPA has enabled us on numerous projects, treating and removing 500,000 pounds of sediment per year from Lake Tahoe. acquiring and demolishing obsolete, environmentally unsustainable properties, and restoring its land to its natural state. We built our property to LEED standards, implementing a lake source cooling system to reduce our carbon footprint. Today, our commitment and collaboration continues with TRPA, with projects like the Golf Course Creek Restoration Project, realigning sewer mains and daylighting Edgewood Creek for native fish passage and spawning habitat, along with harvesting aquatic invasive weeds from Pond 1. Edgewood serves as a role model, proving that development can benefit the community and the environment through our partnership with TRPA. They guide us in raising awareness of environmental initiatives. It is crucial that we unite to enhance our tourism-based economy. We are eager to continue our cooperative efforts with TRPA, prioritizing collaboration over division. Thank you for your time and partnership in recognizing we borrow this land from future
Thank you.
generations.
That's your 2 minutes if you're wrapping up.
We remain dedicated to a legacy of land stewardship and environmental redevelopment in partnership with TRPA. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toby Tyler, and I'm here representing the Sierra Club's Tahoe Area Group. I'm a UC Berkeley graduate and with a master's degree in environmental engineering, and worked at Lahontan Water Board until 2017. My first comments relate to agenda item 6 and recap my June comments regarding winning the lawsuit against herbicide use in the Tahoe Keys lagoons. TRPA and the League are on a trajectory of pushing herbicide use in Lake Tahoe's waters. This would be an ill-conceived travesty for this Tier 3 outstanding national resource water. The Lahontan Water Board, with a huge push from the League and TRPA, did not abide by their own rule book of regulations, so we sued and won. The judge reviewed all the materials and in May of this year vacated both the permit that allowed herbicide discharge and the associated environmental document. Now they're ignoring the judge's ruling and continuing with the test as if the ruling never happened. The Keys can use non-chemical methods right now without the test. They've always been able to use these methods but have refused and instead use subterfuge in the form of this test to get around the regulations. More creative solutions than using poisons are needed to prevent Tahoe Keys weeds from plaguing Lake Tahoe's waters. Please tell TRPA they must comply with the judge's ruling, cease and desist with the test, and tell the Keys to implement non-chemical methods at an appropriate and effective scale immediately. Secondly, there are many disconcerting trends with the current TRPA, despite glowing reports you'll hear today and have heard before. 1, we need scientifically based environmental analyses with cumulative impacts analyzed on all non-projects. No more fraudulent environmental checklists. 2, we need a basin-wide single-use plastic ban, and we need it today. TRPA's attorney is telling board members they're just a planning agency, not a regulatory agency. TRPA is the only agency that can do this because they are a regulatory.
You can wrap up, please.
Just a minute. They are a regulatory agency through their code of ordinances. They need to take more decisive action on plastics with a ban. 3, TRPA is not currently complying. They're not complying with the code of ordinances, and they need much more transparency is needed to their development cap shell game that is contorted,
Thank you.
that is in
Next speaker,
essence,
please.
there are
Thank
no
you.
caps
Thank
at
you.
all.
My name is Christina Hill. I am a former planner at TRPA and a long-time, 44 years, full-time resident and land use planning consultant in the Tahoe Basin. You've heard me say before, TRPA is more concerned about public relations than the environment. No doubt you will hear presentations today about their efforts to improve water quality, etc. But it's all smoke and mirrors demonstrated over the past few years. They have instead concentrated their efforts on building more dense and higher development, as well as creating more attractions to accommodate more people. They approved code amendments to allow for more luxury condos in lieu of workforce housing. Then approved code amendments that were not in compliance with their code, which requires them to make specific findings that they did not make. They have suggested that a basin-wide ban on single-use plastics is not something they should consider. They say there are caps on development, but it seems every few months they amend the code and raise the caps. In short, there are no caps on development. I realize now that you and the TRPA governing boards are not really that familiar with the ins and outs of the TRPA Code of Ordinances and rely on what you are told by TRPA staff to make decisions. I understand that, but you cannot discount the knowledgeable public comment by longtime residents that have to live with these outcomes of more traffic, more people, more height, more trails that do not reduce traffic, but in fact attract more people, create more traffic, and demand for parking. Please hold TRPA accountable to comply with their own code of ordinances and the thresholds that were established to protect the quality of environment by reducing or withholding funding until the agency gets back on track. Thank you. Who's the secretary?
Brett Tibbetts, Tahoe East Shore Alliance. I was recently part of an hour-and-a-half conversation with a TRPA board member trying to find common ground. This board member began our conversation with, "You guys really overestimate how much power we have." You're going to hear this theme. We're only a planning committee. Astounded, I said, planning committees, they're advisors. They don't vote to approve things. They advise the county commission or the city council. You're a governing board. You are much more like a county commission. You have power. He said I was full of it. Interesting. Last meeting, Julie Reagan convinced a lot of you that TRPA has nothing to do with evacuation. And Chairman Daley stated, now we know TRPA has nothing to do with evacuation. That's ridiculous. TRPA is the Regional Transportation Plan Manager. They are the ones that brought the plan to convert Highway 50 into 2 travel lanes for much of Highway 50 in order to build a bike lane. They paid for the Wood Rogers report for NDOT, and that report said it must follow TRPA's wishes. Now we have the Barton Hospital, this TRPA plan to revise the South Shore area plan so they can build a hospital. Peppered throughout this is that TRPA still wants to reduce Highway 50 to build bike lanes. How the heck do you build a 5-story hospital on an already congested highway on a 2-lane highway? That is craziness. Plus, the next big issue is going to be Zephyr Cove. TRPA hides behind MOUs.
You can wrap up, please.
Okay, last comment. Why does TRPA do this? They do this to confuse everyone. They want to be like the Wizard of Oz behind the black screen pulling the levers and say they have no power. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Committee. JT Chevalier, CHEVALLIER, co-founder, Chief Strategy Officer for EcoClean Solutions. I'm here today to talk about the valuable role that TRPA plays in the environmental quality and restoration of the Lake Tahoe Basin, specifically through the Environmental Improvement Program, which I would encourage everybody, especially in this room, to go and research about the numerous programs that they deploy in the Lake Tahoe Basin. The EIP is critical, and the funding is critical for organizations like myself to be able to actually do tangible economic and environmental improvement projects in the Lake Tahoe Basin, like mechanical beach cleaning as well as mechanical marina cleaning. Without the TRPA and Keep Tahoe Blue, our company would not be able to be successful in these endeavors, and due to the environmental thresholds that we have to pass within the Lake Tahoe Basin that are the reason why we are successful in the Lake Tahoe Basin are critical to the environmental preservation of Lake Tahoe. And by fitting into this permitting structure, we have ensured that we can create an environmental benefit without creating an environmental detriment. And I would encourage everybody as well to know that there are a lot of folks on this landscape that are not in this room today that greatly appreciate all the activities that are going on in the Lake Tahoe Basin, in which TRPA has a strong hand in making sure that they move forward. And this collaborative approach from private to public to nonprofit is critical for our success. And without the TRPA, we would not be able to create a value within the Lake Tahoe Basin without creating an economic or environmental detriment. And finally, I think that we all need to be aware that we are stewards of this lake, whether we are individual or within a group. However, there needs to be a regulatory agency that oversees these, very important environmental thresholds that we can follow and maintain to create a better environment for Lake Tahoe. So I would say please support the large population of Lake Tahoe that supports these efforts and not the vocal minority. Thank you for your time.
Dana Tibbetts, Tessa. Extensive public comment has offered deep insight and compelling truths, but how seriously has this committee taken these? The tendency to dismiss, invalidate, or discredit information that challenges the accepted narrative is disturbing, especially for a committee charged with holding TRPA accountable on all fronts. TRPA's tendency to bury the truth, hide the ball, and suppress or rebrand bad news is legendary and seems to be leading this committee down the primrose path of plausible deniability at every turn. To review a few critical issues on public record here, wildfire evacuation incapacity with 90% losses likely, tourism overload, rampant overdevelopment, refusal to do required EIRs for major projects, bike paths replacing evacuation infrastructure, failed environmental safeguards, micro-transit over microplastic toxicity in our lake and drinking water, parking pandemonium choking major roadways. And meshed with all of these are endless public-private partnerships. These concealed alliances, so loved by TRPA, are destroying public trust, agency transparency, and environmental health across the basin. By farming out planning and project development, decision-making, and even public interface to private consultants and entities over which they claim no control, TRPA is taking power from the people and giving it away to the highest bidder, who gets a piece of the action without one iota of accountability. PPPs are a way to mask ever more intrusive government and financial schemes that are using taxpayer dollars for undisclosed projects. It is said there's actually another more accurate term for these partnerships. It's called fascism, plain and simple. So it allows TRPA to smile and say, heads
At your
I
2 minutes,
win,
if you can wrap up,
tails
please.
you lose. Please limit TRPA's use of these public-private partnerships.
Good afternoon, committee and chairman. Finally, the agenda is dealing about the biggest elephant in the room, the lake and its water clarity. Yet, the organization that does most of the empiric data collection and research is not on your speakers list. Tahoe Environmental Research published the 2023 State of the Lake report with some amazing findings about the dynamics of the limnological changes as they played out in the past 2 years in the lake. Unfortunately, they lost their leader in Professor Schlado, who retired last fall, but I'm urging this committee to invite Professor Forrest, the interim director, or his successor to present this year's State of the Lake report to this committee. This report will be presented on August 8th, 24 at 5 p.m. in Grand Lebecken and will be available online at their webpage. I presented last year's report. I know it looks voluminous, but it's well worth reading. Thank you.
You need to turn your mic on. Press the button.
Good afternoon. Oversight Board, my name for the record is Janet Murphy from Tahoe Douglas Utility District. And I'm here on behalf of what this young lady's been passing out. I just received a notice of our infrastructure that is in the Marla Bay Beach. And there's been quite a bit of destruction and devastation. Our infrastructure, our sewer infrastructure, lies in the beach and it services 22 homes on the lake. Their retaining walls have collapsed and in turn have broken their laterals that are in the beach And then our line, our 8-inch line that takes in all of those laterals, takes in the lake when one of them is broken. We cannot keep up with the flow of taking in the lake. So I brought TRPA, some of your staff down there. They recognize the devastation and the destruction, and as you can see in the letter, they have asked Tahoe Douglas District for decommissioning and removal of all the infrastructure. So if that happens, that would, the 22 homeowners that tie into that line, our line on the lake, would be required to put in lift stations. But first they'd have to build the retaining walls that are lying in the beach and that are at a high risk, extremely high risk, because our drinking water comes from that national treasure. And we're trying to be prudent and remove the line, but we cannot remove the line until the walls are rebuilt to stabilize the homes, and as well as them putting in sewer lift stations. In the letter, it asks for Tahoe Douglas District to give a whole strategic plan by August. But that would be impossible because...
If you can start to wrap up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why I'm here is because there is in front of you today in the planning department a wall and engineering for everybody to start the process. But I need TRPA to expedite all permits. That's what I'm here. I'm pleading with the board to talk to the staff, to Ms. Reagan. I need them to expedite these permits so I can do my job. I cannot give you a schedule until you do your part of the work.
Thank you. Is that it? No other speakers?
Public comment,
Yes.
correct? Good afternoon, Oversight Committee members. My name is Niobe Burden. I am a member of the community here in Lake Tahoe Basin and a worldwide conservation photographer. Today, I want to address the urgent need for the TRPA to study and implement a comprehensive carrying capacity plan for the Lake Tahoe Basin. This is the one item that continues not to be addressed and clearly needs to be enforced by your committee as part of your dutiful responsibilities. This plan is essential to ensure the environmental sustainability and safety of our community, especially in light of the increasing risks posed by overpopulation and the threat of wildfires. Lake Tahoe, with its breathtaking beauty and ecological significance, was once considered for national park status. However, the destination was not pursued at the time due to the rampant clear-cutting of trees and the prioritization of tourism over conservation. As a result, Lake Tahoe's natural environment has faced significant challenges over the years. The delicate ecosystem of Lake Tahoe is under immense pressure due to the ever-growing number of visitors and residents in the area. Without a proper carrying capacity limit in place, we risk irreversibly damaging the natural beauty and ecological balance of this region. It is crucial that TRPA takes proactive measures such as enforcing zoning regulations, visitor quotas, and fees to manage tourism development and its impacts on the lake-sensitive ecosystems. Moreover, the recent escalation in wildfires across western United States has highlighted the importance of effective evacuation planning in the event of wildfire or any other emergency. An overcrowded area like Lake Tahoe will face significant challenges in safety in evacuating residents and visitors. It's imperative that TRPA establish a carrying capacity plan to not only protect the environment, but also ensure the safety and well-being of everyone in the basin. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. I urge TRPA to learn from history and prioritize a study and implementation of a carrying capacity plan that balances environmental sustainability with the need of our community. Let us work together to preserve the natural wonders of Lake Tahoe. I spent 7 weeks in northern Italy and learned a number of ways carrying capacity is managed. Lake Tahoe is not the only area in the world facing these challenges. These are numerous resort destinations around the world, leading to by example, and the gem of Lake Tahoe should be doing the same.
Your time is up. Thank you.
You as the Oversight Committee have
you can cut the mic. Thank you. Broadcast, seeing no other people here, if you'll go to the phones, please.
Provide public comment. Please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Ellie Waller. Many of the 2012 regional plan ordinances and policies are stale, even with countless amendments since 2013. The environment has changed, impacts go unchecked. Example, vacation home rentals have never been analyzed and approximately 5,000 exist in the basin. Accountability and assigned deliverables, not just studies and plans of what has been achieved to improve the basin's environment. With billions spent and accountability of future pending Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funds to tree thresholds is a must. Much scrutiny when voting in favor of the requested extension of the Restoration Act is paramount. My opinion, thresholds have been reimagined and don't honor their original intent. Vehicle miles traveled is now VMT per capita. TRPA development and implementation priorities 2024 per capita VMT between 2020 and 2022 requested a 1% reduction from the 2018 baseline. What does 1% accomplish? Micro transit is not fully functional in Nevada, and your presentation from the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority left all of us wondering what they do. The 2015 milestone for per capita between 2046 and 2048 requests a 6.9% reduction from the baseline, less than 7% in 30 years. And when all else fails, the technical body described in the TRPA implementation priorities will review the threshold standard and recommend a new target. The former target was addressed by both states' attorneys general in 2016 lawsuits. The TRPA environmental carrying capacity threshold called for the region's VMT to be at least 10% below the 1981 level. A study revealed the basin was within
Caller, you're at your 2 minutes. If you can wrap up, please.
VMT, I just have one more sentence. VMT threshold, and voila, VMT per capita was born. And it's the new standard. 27 years was the first round. 30 more years proposed to achieve what you have without
Wrap up, please.
And I'm the vocal minority. I wear the badge, as we've heard.
Do we have any other callers?
Monica Eisenstecken. I just wanted to call in regards to the trash issue. I know that there's a lot of people, proud of them picking up all the trash, but the trash is not being picked up. I went to the beach yesterday. There is tinfoil, little pieces of plastic, kid toys, pieces of paper floating, wrappers all in the lake. You just have to look down. Every step you take on the sand, there's trash. Why aren't we not picking up these little pieces? These are the worst things that could happen to our lake. The lake clarity is going down very fast. Microplastics we're the third worst lake. There needs to be more being done. There's 20 million people that come here, and there is no services implemented to pick up all the trash. There's a lot more work to be done. I know they said the trash is better on 4th of July. That's not true. I don't believe the media. They're bought and paid for. And my cousins were here from Austria. They've been visiting here for years, and they just shook their heads. They said there's diapers in the trees and bottles thrown in all the ponds and plastic everywhere, bottles, empty cans. People just trash Lake Tahoe. And it's not about how many people that come here. We need quality, or we need to educate these people. And it's not up to the locals to pick up the trash. That is just, I just don't get that. And you're asking kids to go pick up after people's trash. You make enough money. These nonprofits make millions and millions of dollars. What are they doing with all this money? They say they're protecting the lake. They're not protecting the lake. They're pocketing all this money. That's how I see it. They need to go out and pick up the trash and hold these companies accountable. Heavenly is disgusting at the bottom. Underneath the chairlift, there's gloves, goggles, beer cans. I mean, you name it. Just go walk underneath the chairlift at the end of the year. There's trash everywhere. First Ride is filled with trash. Safeway, the little pond next to Safeway is filled with trash. Whole Foods is filled with trash on the side.
Caller, if you can wrap up, please. You're at your 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Pamela Sigdinis, full-time North Tahoe, Nevada resident. Today you'll hear presentations on TRPA's environmental threshold carrying capacity, but there's no hard data. Instead, from looking at the slides, there's an explanation of an overly complicated dashboard and website that TRPA created as if by design. It's meant to be impossible to get a full understanding of the 10 categories TRPA is required to measure and monitor by order of the decades-old Tahoe Compact and Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. If a 5-year update to TRPA's thresholds last completed in 2019 is due a few months from now, a question I encourage you to ask is why isn't there preliminary data or a preview of areas of greatest environmental concern? Surely you and we, the public, deserve to know more about the state of Tahoe's water quality, particularly since Article 2 specifically mentions these thresholds are to maintain public health and safety. At June's TRPA meeting, the League to Save Lake Tahoe Policy Director zeroed in on TRPA's near meaningless environmental thresholds dashboard and its compliance deficits. This organization called for a more directed focus on Lake Tahoe's environmental threats. Given the growth in Tahoe visitors and the proliferation of trash now scarring the land, our environment is in trouble. Shouldn't this committee and the public have a clear understanding of Tahoe's current environmental thresholds? Please, please do your job and ask for the hard data. Thank you very much.
If you've recently joined the call and would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
I am Rhonda Kaiser. I'd like to explain a bit about TRPA's thresholds. Depending on what they refer to, let's say lake clarity, thresholds are something you want to exceed or not exceed if you're trying to save the lake. The most famous threshold is the Secchi disc measurement goal of 100 feet of clarity. Any measurement less than 100 is not meeting the threshold. The 2012 regional plan specified 10 thresholds from which TRPA has derived dozens of mini thresholds, which they measure annually. They measure thresholds on a scale from no attainment to some attainment to full attainment. Now, all that is just preliminary to my main concern, which is that TRPA approves development of building in the basin without any threshold analysis of that development's potential impact on lake clarity. That's because they can't. How can they measure how much lake clarity will be lessened by building 100 new units? Yet, there's a solid argument that the more development, the more lake clarity declines. But when approving further development in the basin, TRPA staff regularly comes back with a finding of no significant effect. That's because they're not measuring the effect of development on lake clarity. They're only deciding whether the number of units they approve today exceeds the threshold number they set in 2012. So what's wrong with this picture? First, the 2012 number of units may not be right for 2024. And second, any and all development impacts the lake. But third, their use of the phrase no significant effect has nothing to do with lake clarity. Thank you.
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no additional callers.
Thank you. So with that, we will close agenda item 2.
Come up here.
Yep, come on up if you're here.
Hello, I'm Stacy Baker. Thank you. I got stuck in the lovely traffic that seems to be a byproduct of all of this overdevelopment. I echo the sentiments of everybody that has spoken. For 30 years of being a professional here, I am quite disturbed at TRPA's lack of ability to identify that if you do not protect this environment, there will be nothing for anybody. It would appear that TRPA's sham environmental studies do not necessarily reflect what's really going on. The Tahoe Beach Club and the amount of litter from them. This South Shore redevelopment makes no sense. There appears to be a groundwater issue. Is anyone addressing this? I support what was said by the East Shore Alliance, Tahoe East Shore Alliance, by the Sierra Club, and by the Tahoe Clean Air Act. Please, people, it appears, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but it appears that there's significant financial gain to be made by selling our environment off to the highest bidder, by choosing projects that make the most money, but yet not respecting riparian areas, wildlife corridors. Bees, pollinators, are responsible for 90% of the food we eat, yet their environment is being decimated. My children grew up respecting the Tahoe Yellowcrest, but the Beach Club has pretty much negated all of the land that they were putting their little signs and doing their little science projects. I implore you, please listen to science, protect the environment. The mission statement of TRPA is to balance environment with economy. TRPA is wildly out of balance. It's economy up here and environment, is that even a consideration? Please, so we can all enjoy this, do the right thing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. So with that, we'll close agenda item number 2, public comment. We'll move to agenda item 3, which is the approval of the minutes for the meeting from June 7th, 2024. All members should have received the minutes by email. If there's any questions or comments, I'll take a motion to approve.
I would make a motion to approve the minutes.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from June 7th, 2024. Anything on the questions of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll close agenda item number 3 and move to agenda item 4, which is an update on Lake Tahoe water quality. We have a presenter from the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, Jennifer Carr. So proceed when you're ready, once you get your computer going.
Good afternoon. For the record, I am Jennifer Carr, Administrator of the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, and thank you, Chair Daly, for the opportunity to speak to your committee today. In this presentation, our goal is to give you some background on the Total Maximum Daily Load, or TMDL program, and the status of water quality and deep lake clarity measurements for Tahoe. I'll also discuss some of the science used by Nevada and California in the development, implementation, assessment, and ongoing modification of the TMDL program. As shown in the quote from the US EPA's website, a TMDL is a tool for knowing the qualities of a water body and its pollutants, and is a planning tool for restoration. The program I'll be discussing today is known as the Tahoe TMDL. It is hard to envision Tahoe as polluted, certainly, but there is a standard related to clarity that you've certainly heard about in this water body, and factors limiting the clarity are in fact pollutants in this instance. Staff of both the NDP and the California Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board work closely together in implementation of the program for consistency in regulatory oversight across the state line. Dr. Danilo Dragoni is the NDEP Deputy Administrator, who is known as Nevada's Bi-State Executive for this program. And Ben Letton, I accidentally promoted him. He's the Assistant Executive Director of the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. We've been doing this a while. The goal of the Tahoe TMDL is to restore clarity so that people may once again see to the depths of nearly 100 feet, as could be seen in the late 1960s. This is what the clarity chart looked like in 2001, when the Lahontan Water Board approached NDEP to initiate development of a plan to restore lake clarity. At that time, approximately 1/3 of Tahoe's clarity had been lost since 1968. The mere fact that we have a consistent record of clarity measurements going back that far is remarkable, and it helped to define the extent of the problem that we faced in 2001. This chart serves as a reminder of where we were nearly 25 years ago. The circles here represent the depth and the Secchi disk used to measure clarity, which is the depth that people can see with the naked eye below the lake surface. Whoops. This is a basic timeline of the phases of TMDL development and implementation. In 2001, there was realization that the only chance for successful implementation would be through a collaborative bi-state process. This involved laying out a phased approach for TMDL development surrounding key questions that fit within the required framework for US EPA approval under the Clean Water Act. The agency strived to ensure that the Lake Tahoe TMDL was based on best available science throughout the entire development process, as well as extensive engagement with stakeholders, particularly the implementation community. Consequently, it took over a decade to develop and gain US EPA approval of the peer-reviewed TMDL report. As you can see, we are in phase 3 of the implementation program. 2076 is a long way off, and reaching it will be the work really of the next generation of staff that follow us. The Clarity Challenge came about as an interim target that could be used to evaluate progress over a shorter time frame. And scientists were looking at the attainment of the Clarity Challenge to indicate that the trend in clarity was not just arrested, but beginning to reverse, and that we'd be on a path to improve clarity. I'll talk about where we are today in a few moments. To know where we're going, it's often important to look at where we've been. The roadmap for improvement started with key framing questions, and they are as relevant today as they were decades ago, but the answers change and we adapt to what's going on in today's environment. A multi-million-dollar research and monitoring plan was launched that involved more than 150 scientists and professionals to quantify pollutant types, sources, and delivery rates of those pollutants to determine the capacity of the lake to accept these pollutants and develop a feasible, cost-effective restoration strategy that would achieve broad stakeholder support. And as a result, the Lake Tahoe TMDL is one of the most scientifically defensible TMDLs in the nation, and other similar resource management agencies around the country watch to see how we function. As we work through a changing environment, we are equipped to react and make mid-course corrections annually. However, any large-scale change to the program would necessitate an equally rigorous scientific analysis of current conditions and emerging issues. This may not be an aircraft carrier, but we also can't turn this thing as quick as a jet ski either. What pollutants are causing clarity loss? Well, loss of clarity is simply the fact that light cannot make it as deeply into the water column as it did before due to the presence of light-absorbing or light-scattering pollutants. The importance of fine inorganic particles in Lake Tahoe's clarity was first recognized in 1999. A series of in-lake investigations commenced in Tahoe in '99 that helped characterize particle distribution and dynamics in Lake Tahoe. Based on the best of science available, fine sediment particles, or I might refer to them as FSP, they scatter light and have the primary effect on lake clarity, followed by nitrogen and phosphorus, which promote algae growth. In more recent years, we have learned that there are microscopic organisms that scatter light similarly to fine sediment particles. As you can see on the right figure, the light absorption and scattering effects have the impact on the light transmitted, which is that light transmitted is what helps you see to the depths of Tahoe. In the left figure, it gives you a perspective on what I'm talking about with fine sediment particles. Fine sediment particles are 5 to 6 times smaller than the finest beach sand, or 3 to 4 times even smaller than your human hair. An extensive source analysis was undertaken involving a variety of expertise from many different organizations, collecting and analyzing new data related to contributions of pollutants. One of the main accomplishments of the TMDL was to quantify the source of pollutants for fine sediment particles, which had not been done before, and assess its role in controlling clarity. And this was, at that point in time, that was an area of emerging science. The source analysis resulted in an updated pollutant budget that included fine sediment particles, because prior to that, the belief was that it was largely related to nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus. You can note in the center pie chart in red the extent to which the urban environment plays in the delivery of fine sediment particles to the lake, which is over 70%. And you might ask yourself, how is this possible when urban areas make up a relatively small proportion of the land area? But data from stormwater monitoring projects that characterize runoff concentrations from various land uses indicated that the ratio of fine sediment to total sediment increased with land use intensity. The lake clarity model simulations resulted in unequivocal importance of fine sediments. According to the model, clarity was clearly more responsive to fine sediment reductions than nutrient reductions, which is why the TMDL is focused on fine sediment particle removal. However, when fine sediment is removed from runoff, nitrogen and phosphorus nutrients are also removed as a co-benefit. The good news from this analysis was that achieving historic clarity was determined possible, but only with substantial load reductions. Another thing to point out is about half the load reductions are needed to achieve the clarity challenge. As you will see in additional graphics in just a moment, the results have stabilized, but we still have work to do in the next 7 years. Best available science, data, and technical information was used to determine the most efficient path to achieve the needed load reductions for all pollutants and sources to achieve the clarity challenge and long-term clarity goals. Due to the importance of fine sediment particles as a control on clarity, the strategy does rely heavily on reducing fine sediment loads in stormwater from the urban environment, which is reflected on the tallest bars on the left-hand side. Achieving fine sediment particle load reductions for the non-urban sources and achieving nitrogen and phosphorus load reduction from all sources are still important to achieving the long-term clarity goal over the 65-year period of implementation. We have who we lovingly refer to as our urban implementing partners. Our urban implementing partners carry out controls such as roadway operations and maintenance, stormwater treatment facility construction and maintenance, and parcel-based best management practices. These measures are registered through a comprehensive numerical accounting system known as the Lake Clarity Crediting Program. The photos here show roadway construction improvements in the upper right-hand corner, maintenance with an advanced tech street sweeper that are vacuum assisted, so you don't get those big clouds of dust that you often see from street sweepers. And the other photo there is of a residential or parcel-based BMP, or best management project. Best management practice, excuse me. This is an overview just for visual impression to give some feel for the Lake Clarity crediting projects and highlights it highlights the immense efforts that are being put forward by our urban implementing partners. On the east side of the lake, the brown one is NDOT. On the blackish dark blue one on the left side of the lake is Caltrans. And on the Nevada side, the gray at the top wrapping around is Washoe County, and the purple is Douglas County. For the California contribution, you can get a feel that the red is the city of South Lake Tahoe, and the yellowish color is El Dorado County, with blue being the Placer County contribution to various projects around the lake. This slide lists types of projects and entities that are tracked in the non-urban sector. Forest uplands, stream channel erosion, and atmospheric deposition contribute to just over 1/4 of the total fine sediment particle loading to Lake Tahoe. Non-urban sources also make up a significant percentage of nitrogen and phosphorus loading, as noted at the top. Actions taken by land and natural resource management agencies to improve water quality are integral to helping achieve TMDL goals. These occur at local, state, and federal levels. And an example that I'll touch on at the very end is related to the Nevada Division of State Lands. They have a land bank that works to reduce impervious coverage of some of our uplands in order to work towards the goals of improving Lake Tahoe clarity. Non-urban activities are not tracked using a numerical credit accounting system, but they are measured through performance measures. Here on this slide, you can see a picture of a post-fire rehabilitation project on Angora Creek. And this type of project is reported using, like I said, performance measures. Their performance measure is linear feet of stream channel restored. Of course, we can only manage what we can measure. You've heard that before. Progress assessment is a key task of TMDL program operations and is essential to demonstrate that the expenditures of public funding on water quality improvements are justified. Urban stormwater quality control projects are expensive, and the low-hanging fruit is slowly being picked. Load reductions will be harder to come by, and load reduction performance will be a key metric in decision-making and funding prioritization in the future. Monitoring is done on several levels, and this information is assembled, assessed, and informs potential programmatic adjustments to improve the program. So how are we doing? The blue line shows the target credits the urban implementing partners are set to achieve each year through permits and various agreements that we have with those entities between the states of Nevada and California. The credit tracking system is unique nationally, and information is easily accessed online if you're interested by Googling LT Info. The 2023 results indicate that annual load reductions fell slightly short of interim targets, as you can see in this chart. However, urban implementers are on track to attain 2024 milestones. NDOT and Washoe County exceeded their individual target pollutant load reductions in 2023, and for California, so did Caltrans, South Lake Tahoe, and El Dorado County. Placer County and California and Douglas County in our side of the lake did not reach their target pollutants for load reductions due to difficulties caused by the record snowfall. The extreme winter weather of 22-23 made it difficult to gain access to BMPs for maintenance and conduct roadway cleaning confirmation inspections, resulting in reduced credits. But even though Douglas County did not meet their target, the state of Nevada as a whole achieved 800 credits, exceeding the Nevada state target of 745. Key notes on this graph are that the increase in acres of disturbed areas that have been restored, which are depicted in blue, or enhanced, depicted in red, are improvements in our forest upland projects in the Lake Clarity Tracker. As you can see, there's been a significant uptick in forest upland treatments that have been tracked in the system in the past 5 years. This graph depicts the increase of miles of street sweeping using several different types of machinery. But overall, the takeaway is the increase of street sweeping activity that assists with reduction in atmospheric deposition of pollutants into the lake. The blue bars represent the high efficiency vacuum assisted sweeping that I mentioned earlier, that you saw the picture of. Like I said, so you don't get the clouds of dust that regular street sweepers throw up into the air, and it can travel and then land on the lake and become an atmospheric deposition of fine sediment. Of course, policy can't be static in a changing environment, which is why it's fundamental that we have what we call the TMDL's Adaptive Management System. The TMDL program is a formal, ongoing adaptive management and continuous improvement process. It's based on the iterative four-step process of plan, do, check, and act. It's a management method used in business for the control and continuous improvement of processes and products. In a linear or annual format, this is another way to depict our TMDL management system, and it's executed on a cycle that results in tangible products and deliverables every year, as shown above the blue bar. Descriptions and latest versions of every work product are available on the Clarity Tracker on LT Info online. It's important to note that stakeholder engagement and interaction is critical for the success of the TMDL management system. Implementers, scientists, funders, decision makers, other regulatory agencies all play an important role in providing input and feedback in order for us to adjust and improve every year. The TMDL agency executives that I noted at the beginning review the stakeholder feedback with staff, and decisions on recommendations are transparently documented in a decision record memo at the end of the year that is approved by the bi-state executives. We work hard to keep moving forward, certainly. TRPA, NDEP, the Lahontan Water Board, and EPA have been coordinating with the Science Council and other Tahoe partners to better understand factors that are influencing lake clarity. Related to biology and ecology, the TMDL did not account for what we have now recognized to be a little organism called Cyclotella. It's a living organism that reflects light much like fine sediment particles do. And there's an associated role of something known as the mysis shrimp. So these things were not necessarily part of the equation back in 2001, but the science that we continue to see and develop over the course of our adaptive management system helped to inform what we're doing to continue to improve the clarity of the lake and our understanding of those processes. In looking at climate change, a long-term trend analysis was performed for a seasonal clarity investigation to see if there was a difference between winter clarity and summer clarity. And that indicated that hydrodynamic conditions have evolved since 1969 that increase the lake's resistance to mixing, or what you might also hear of as lake turnover. The date of maximum mixing in winter has become progressively earlier in the year, and lake temperature stratification that is related to the mixing phenomenon is starting earlier in the year and extending a month longer. Furthermore, the trend of decreasing summer clarity is a result of earlier, prolonged, and more intense thermal stratification of the lake, different temperatures at different layers. Related to the Caldor fire, an in-lake smoke and ash depositional study found that in-lake particles did spike, as you would think, but then they dispersed during and after the fire, so the impacts of the fire were actually very short-lived. But results from pollutant loadings from the tributaries, where other ash fell upland and may be getting washed down into the lake, is still pending. A lot is going on among so many different stakeholders and partners. 2 projects were funded in 2023 through a science-led council effort process using the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, SNPLMA funding, that focused on 2 projects, one for particles and one for zooplankton. Once complete, the TMDL agency staff will coordinate with the Science Council to determine how to incorporate project findings into the predictive clarity model. The particle project will assess characteristics of particles of runoff and a lake water column. The work products will further inform the clarity model and its development and then later validation, and will contribute to improved linkages between watershed, the near shore, and the lake processes themselves. A zooplankton project will quantify the horizontal and vertical distribution of these little organisms in the lake to inform our understanding of biological processes going on in the lake and how they affect clarity as well. You'll hear today about microplastics. Research is going on related to microplastics and their effect on the lake. So like I said, there's many more projects than I could possibly list during this presentation today, but a tremendous amount of science is ongoing. This is the updated clarity chart for last year, I believe, which quickly shows the progress that's been made on stemming the loss of clarity overall, and that we've flattened the curve in the last decade. However, as we've been discussing, improvements in lake clarity have challenges to explore and reconcile in our changing environment. In this figure, the most recent clarity measurements are on the right side, and in 2022, the water year, they experienced an impressive 11-foot improvement over the previous year. But long-term trends indicate the lake water clarity continues to move towards stabilization. The average annual value in water year 2022 was 72 feet, which is pretty remarkable. But we're still shooting for that 100 feet that we could see in 1969. The average for water year 2023, it was mentioned by one of the public commenters, is coming out in a couple weeks by UC Davis in advance of the Lake Tahoe Summit. But preliminary information is indicating that it'll be similar to what we saw last time. Science has played a key role in TMDL development and will continue to play a key role in adaptive management of the program. NDP and Lahontan Water Board are actively engaged with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council to better understand factors driving recent lake clarity trends and the associated monitoring data and information needed to help improve this understanding. The agencies will work with the Science Council to implement priority actions identified in a water quality science to action plan, and prioritization of work will inform the agency's ability to manage problems that are important when balancing limited available research and project funding. That's the official website for LT Info. A tremendous amount of information exists in many layers of this program, and so there's far more on this website under LT Info than I could even pray to share with you today. So. All right, and finally, I was asked to provide some notes about the Nevada Land Bank that I mentioned earlier. NDP has many partners, as I've discussed, and one of those is the Nevada Division of State Lands as another of our partners, and they serve as an agent for TRPA to reduce coverage on the Nevada side of the basin as one strategy for improving water quality within the regional plan. Coverage is impervious surfaces, and of course water runs off impervious surfaces easier than it would if it's soaking into the ground, and so it has a potential detrimental effect on water quality. So the work of state lands complements the TMDL program as they continue to work to improve the status of coverage and removing that coverage where projects can be done to improve that for lake clarity and water quality. Charlie Donahue is right behind me. He's the Division of State Lands Administrator, and he's here. He wanted to add a quick note about the land bank for you.
Good afternoon, Chair Daley, members of the committee. I'm Charlie Donahue. I serve as the administrator for the Division of State Lands. In that capacity, I also serve as a state land registrar. I appreciate Jennifer integrating some comments about the land bank into her presentation. I think she did a great job making that nexus between land coverage and water quality. I'm going to be real frank. The reason I asked her to do this is because I'm going to be asking the committee to see if they have the capacity to sponsor a bill draft to address some of the powers and authorities that the state land registrar has that are left over from the 1980 original Nevada Lake Tahoe program to purchase properties. And I hope that you'll see that in your work session where the state land registrar was afforded an opportunity to move forward with the acquisition of a lot of properties to mitigate the impacts to water quality. And the legislature asked that to be approved by the voters in 1986. We modified that in the 1987 session. And you afforded the state land registrar a lot of opportunity in acquiring properties and then reporting those acquisitions to the Board of Examiners. And that was done on a quarterly basis. The deal is now is that we're not really acquiring real property anymore, but those have to be reports that are submitted quarterly to the BOE. So it kind of bogs up their agenda a little bit. So coverage is something that we deal with, which is an interest in real property. And we buy and sell coverage here in the basin, but it's a little different than the original intent of the legislation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I'm sure we'll have some questions because Senator Titus never lets me down. So, Senator Titus, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Daley, very much, and thank you both for being here. Mr. Carr, I have a couple questions for you specifically regarding some comments. And so, just to be clear, it's your perspective that much of the clarity issue is actually coming from land sources versus generated within the lake?
Jennifer Carr for the record. That's a really interesting question because one of the things that we found during one of the years where we had a decline in clarity was related to the lake turnover, and it brought a lot of nutrients up from the bottom, and and impacted the measurements for that particular year. I think it was the year when we came out of extreme drought that had gone on for several years, and there was other lake dynamics occurring at the same time. But there can be in-lake processes that affect clarity, but certainly keeping the fine sediment particles from running into the lake to begin with is a major charge of this TMDL restoration program.
Thank you. And another question, if that's okay. And so along that same line, one of the concerns, of course, is we are loving the lake to death with our visitation, et cetera. Do you have, has Nevada and your office in particular done any comparison with similar lakes, specifically say Crater Lake, where it doesn't have the visitation and it's pretty much, high altitude, deep lake? Their water quality, clarity, has it changed as much as Lake Tahoe's has? Do you have any comparison of other bodies of water?
Jennifer Carr, for the record. I would have to get back to you on that one, probably through the Science Council, to see what work may have been done for comparative purposes. I do recall they did a benchmarking study a few years back to benchmark our management system with other similar systems, Chesapeake Bay, Great Lakes, other similar management agencies around the country. But I don't know if we've benchmarked water quality and other land use practices surrounding those water quality effects.
Well, I think that would be really good if we could get some of that information, because again, there's that, what's really the issue here, what's really the causes, how do we mitigate some of that? And I know that, say, Crater Lake doesn't have the visitation that we have, and I was just wondering what that impact has done to the clarity of, say, that body of water. So if you have any information, or, not to give you another task, but that would be, I think, helpful for the information. And then another question, if I might. So we've heard throughout a number of these meetings about different threats that we didn't even recognize. And as a medical doctor, I know that we're finding out about viruses, not because the viruses didn't exist before, but now we can diagnose them. We have technology that we can do a blood test, or we can do electron microscope versus the binocular way back when. And so in your tenure, or say the last 10 years or so, I'm hearing a lot of new findings, and I think that's a real concern. Plastics, who knew that the plastic would have such an impact? And it's real, and everybody's recognizing that. And so those new threats, could you just give us kind of a brief, in your insight, what the new threats are now that we're seeing that we didn't even know about, say, in 2000 or so? So plastics would be one, I think, and any other things that have now been identified that we weren't able to pick up before?
Thank you, Jennifer Carr, for the record. Thank you for the question. Yeah, you mentioned a couple of them, certainly. And another one that really hit home with me along the way was the cyclotella organism that I mentioned that acts like a fine sediment particle. It's microscopic. As it was explained to me, it's really interesting what humans do, right? It's my understanding that someone had a brilliant idea to bring the mysis shrimp into the lake to make bigger fish, to give them a better food source. Turned out those mysis shrimp eat the cyclotella, so it threw the ecosystem out of balance. And so understanding not just the physical processes related to lake clarity, but now looking deeper into the biological processes of lake clarity, coupled with climate change and, like we're talking about, lake turnover, timing, and those sorts of things, they all are intersecting at this point in time, where we do have new realizations that just weren't available to us back in 2001.
Right, thank you. I really worry about human manipulation of an environment that has its own stability, and will find a right place, and when we try to change that, we tend to mess it up. And I won't use the real word I want to say, but we can. In any case, thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
No worries. Vice Chair Axelrod first, and then we'll go to Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted a little more clarification on the BDR request. I'm not sure I totally understand what you're asking for. If you
Yes, Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. Within statute, the state land registrar has certain powers and authorities, and one of those is to acquire or dispose, transfer, lease real property or interest in real property in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And to help facilitate the acquisition of 500 parcels from the original Tahoe Bond Act in the mid-'80s, the state land registrar at the time was afforded an opportunity to not have to check in with the Board of Examiners for every acquisition. She was able to just report those out on a quarterly basis, and I'm still having to report no acquisitions out on a quarterly basis. The report must be submitted, and I'm just asking for a little relief in terms of that.
To follow, so is that what, semi-annually, annually, what do you?
I'd be more than happy to submit an annual report. We provide an annual report from the land bank to TRPA, because a number of the funds that we use are actually collected by TRPA through their excess coverage mitigation fees. They're transferred to the Nevada Land Bank, and then we use that to mitigate coverage in the basin. So we provide an annual report to TRPA. I'd be more than happy to provide an annual report to IFC, the legislature, or BOE.
Appreciate that clarification.
Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you both for the presentation. Ms. Carr, just a follow-up on earlier in one of the slides, it was slide 18 in particular, when you were talking about just where are we now and how you utilize, you mentioned the term stakeholder input and feedback oftentimes. I was wondering, how do you get that feedback? Do you solicit it? How does that come your way?
Thank you for the question, Jennifer Carr, for the record. The TMDL management team solicits feedback from a wide variety of stakeholders every year, and then that is all incorporated and tracked from year to year. Sometimes the solutions to questions and input or recommendations that we've received from stakeholders is a multi-year effort. So the program review, annual strategy process that comes out of the findings and recommendations memo every fall tracks all of that input that has been received from, like I said, numerous stakeholders. Things that can be addressed in the coming year for our program planning are identified, or things that we think will take multiple years are also identified and tracked as potential recommendations to the bi-state executives for action in the coming 12 months.
Thank you. May I follow up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you very much. Okay, so I certainly see. How do you solicit it? Do you survey them? How do you get it from them?
Certainly. Thank you, Jennifer Carr, for the record. A wide call for input is basically put out through listservs and those sorts of outreach tools that the agency has to seek that input from anyone working in the lake, loving the lake, participating in, we have government entities, local urban implementers, Forest Service, EPA. There's a lot of parties that participate in that annual process that's done through electronic notification.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions first for the land bank. So in your annual report that you hope to go to, you guys are not buying any more land, if I heard that correctly. Is it a resource problem, or you spent the money that you had and now you're just, so what exactly are we doing? I know you don't need the quarterly reports because there's nothing to report basically, but so what's the program doing now?
Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. The last real property that we bought was we refer to as Clancy Pole in 2017. It's just up the hill here. It's a little over 7 acres. We did utilize the excess coverage mitigation dollars to acquire that. We were actually allowed to use those funds with the update of the regional plan, broadened our ability to utilize those funds. We still buy and sell coverage, which is an interest in real property. Somebody may want to put a double car garage adjacent to their house, but they don't have the necessary coverage. So TRPA would tell them how much coverage they need. They can go and actually buy that on the open market, or they can come to the Division of State Lands, and if we actually have that coverage available, then we can make that coverage available to them, and it's, you know, cash transaction.
When you say coverage, space, we're talking acreage, we're talking
we're square
credits.
feet. We're talking square feet. Land. Sorry, Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State
So
Lands.
he wants to build a two-car garage, he doesn't have enough square footage on his property, so he does what? Or the person?
He would, excuse me, Chair, Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the State Lands. If they didn't have available coverage on site, they would need to go to the open market or come to the Nevada Land Bank and purchase that coverage. And typically, we're dealing with coverage in square feet. We've had transactions of 18 square feet, and we've had transactions of over, 2,500 square feet. And then we've also been fortunate enough to, say, buy 22,000 square feet of Class 1B, which is Stream Environment Zone, through the program, and that coverage is then retired. So some coverage is retired, taken out of the system to mitigate the impacts of impervious surfaces on water quality. Some coverage is made available and cycled through so that folks within the Nevada side of the basin have an opportunity to maybe redevelop their property the way they would like to.
So it's not necessarily, and I think I understand now, so it's not necessarily that he needs more physical property. He has to have the physical property. It's just how much impervious cover does he have on that property that he has to then either get credit to increase his footprint of that impervious deal and then give you guys money so you can hopefully buy some in other places.
Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. TRPA would make that determination as to how much allowable coverage is available on that property, and then depending on the individual's development plans, they would inform that person how much more they would need to go out and secure. Through that, they would pay an excess coverage mitigation fee to TRPA. Then those funds, a portion of those funds, make it down to the Division of State Lands and Nevada Land Bank. And we would then, if we have the land coverage, if it's, say, Class 1A or Class 1B, we have a, through appraisals, we've established what we believe to be the fair market value of a square foot, and then we would enter into a real property transaction through a contract and escrow process.
Okay, I thank you. I think I understand. So for Ms. Carr, you're with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, so on the Nevada side, but it's a Nevada, California. And we're trying to think of everything that we're doing here as the basin. It involves 2 states. We get a lot of presentations from the Nevada portion of it. We've reached out to California on some stuff, but California's doing the same thing. You're partnering with them, or is it all put through the TRPA and there's joint processes? So what's the relationship with the California counterpart, or is it you're doing yours and they're doing theirs? I hope it's not like that, but
Thank you, Chair Daly, for the question. Jennifer Carr, for the record. It's not at all like that. We very much are partners with our the reciprocal staff at the LaHontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. We both operate under the same Tahoe TMDL, looking at the same loading reductions. Our programs are a little different. California chooses to implement their side of the lake with the Tahoe TMDL through permits. And so that's written into the urban implementing partners water quality control permits. On the Nevada side, we choose to do that through interlocal agreements. And one of the primary reasons for that is because our 319H non-point source program can fund projects if they're not regulatorily required. So if these entities like NDOT, Douglas, and Washoe were under permits, we would not be able to provide them any program funding under the 319. So we, like I said, we have the interlocal agreement, the Interlocal Cooperation Act in Nevada. So we're using that tool to set their load reduction credits on a 5-year process, and then potentially have them be eligible for funding. So there are slightly different ways that we implement the program, but we're in regular contact and work together with our partners at the Lahontan Board, and it's really a really nice relationship.
And I was assuming that was the case. I just wanted to ask the question. Last question for me, when you mentioned about the shrimp, and you said somebody thought it'd be a good idea because you get bigger fish. So was that intentionally done, or was just done by somebody who thought it would be a good idea and did it themselves? Did somebody decide to do it on purpose, or did somebody do it on purpose without permission?
Thank you, Chair Daly. Jennifer Carr for the record. I'm going to look at my colleague. I think it was an intentional act to try to improve the large, large size fishery, the sport fishery in the lake. So it was very much intentional. Not the same as somebody like dumping out their aquarium into the lake and causing other problems. Yeah, it's my understanding, and I'm getting some nods from the gallery, that it was an intentional effort in the 50s, I think it was. Yeah.
When?
In the 50s.
In the 50s. So well before the compact, well before any mitigation at the lake, back when they had plans to cover every acre in the basin. So, I was just curious about that. That never works out. I think Senator Titus worked out, and I was talking to one of the gentlemen earlier who said, well, couldn't we do this fish to get rid of that fish? And I said, you guys remember the Dr. Seuss story to get rid of the mice, and you brought the mice back to get rid of the elephants at the end of the chain. It doesn't work. It never has. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. That was my last question. Did you have any? Senator Shackle.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question now for you, Mr. Donahue, and I know that it wasn't supposed to be the focus of our meeting, but I'm now very fascinated and a little bit confused by this coverage system. And so to check my understanding, I just want to ask if this is how it works or if I'm off. So if I buy, let's say I'm very wealthy, I buy a 5,000 square foot lot with a 3,000 square foot house on it, okay? But I knock down that house and I build a 2,000 square foot house. So I have 1,000 square feet less use or coverage of my land. Then can I get a cash payment from the state for those 1,000 feet that I'm no longer that are no longer being used on my land?
Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. I would be very interested in having a conversation with you about those 1,000 square feet. Yes.
But I mean, jokes aside, that is how it works. That if someone is reducing their footprint, even if not literally tearing down and rebuilding, but reducing their footprint, then they get some kind of benefit, a financial benefit from the state.
They could.
Okay.
And it could be banked on that property. There are properties that have banked coverage on them, and the coverage is owned by not the owner of the property.
Okay.
Even.
One more question. Can owners of property negotiate with each other kind of without going through Nevada as a marketplace? Could I write into, my deed that I'm going to buy this land minus 1,000 feet of coverage, which the original owner will retain, or I see you nodding your head, I'm going to buy it plus 500 square feet from the neighbor next door for a $10,000 premium?
Charlie Donahue, Administrator for the Division of State Lands. There are examples that you just lined out.
Okay.
Yeah, the prior owner may reserve coverage and do transactions private party to private party.
Okay.
TRPA would have to recognize that, but they do not have to come through the Division of State Lands.
Thank you.
Senator Titus for second round.
Thank you for your.
No worries. No worries.
Thank you. Mr. Donahue, I mean, now I have a question. I've heard Is this similar to what the agriculture division does and farmers do, where they can bank some of what they're doing in the farm world and use it in other places, and there's tax credits for that, or is there some credit system? Because through the ag culture world, I think there's something similar out there. Are you familiar with that?
Charlie Donahue, administrator for Division of State Lands, and although I started out my career in the Division of Conservation Districts, I am embarrassed to say I am not familiar with such a program, okay. But it doesn't mean that one does not exist.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that second bite.
No worries. I know there's a similar type process in Washoe County with impact fees, and it lot of problems with it. This sounds a little bit different though. Anyway, with that, if there's no further questions, thank you for your presentation, and we will close agenda item 4 and move on to agenda item 5, which is an update on environmental threshold standards. We have a representative of TRPA, Dan Segan. I said that correctly. So as soon as you get your presentation up, we'll get going.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to introduce myself again to the committee. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director, and I am here with Dan, and he will introduce himself, but just to be available to answer any questions that might have come up. The land coverage system in Tahoe is complex, so happy to answer that. And I did want to acknowledge that Shelley Aldine represents the jurisdiction of Carson City on our governing board, and she is in the front row, as well as John Marshall, our general counsel. If some particular questions might be best answered by them, happy to help with that. And I will turn it over to Dan Segan.
Thank you, Julie. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dan Segan, TRPA Chief Science and Policy Advisor, and it's my pleasure today to provide you with an update on our environmental threshold carrying capacities. So if you are new to the Tahoe region or Tahoe regulation, the term may seem a bit odd to you, environmental threshold carrying capacity. It's a term of art given to us by Congress in the Bi-State Compact, which also defines its use and establishes TRPA with the responsibility of formulating these thresholds and adopting them. So we formally refer to them primarily as threshold standards because that's how they're defined in the legislation. Oops. So the Bi-State Compact also defines the role of threshold standards within our system, as many of the commenters you heard today reference. Threshold standards are at the top of the pyramid of everything that we do. So the plans that we develop and the projects that we implement are all in service of attaining and maintaining these threshold standards. Apologies. And I often like to remind people they are not solely TRPA's threshold standards. They really are the basin's threshold standards. The compact directs TRPA to work with partners to identify and establish those threshold standards. And they continue to be referred to by other bodies. This is from the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, which requires that we consider, as we appropriate dollars from the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, those dollars' potential contribution to attaining and maintaining our threshold standards. So what are threshold standards? So we have about 150 threshold standards today in 10 different categories that run the gamut from preserving the air quality within our region to ensuring fisheries. The coverage system that we just discussed is in service of soil conservation and preventing erosion within the region. It also includes things like restoring the depth of clarity within our lake that Administrator Carr talked about. So the standards themselves are really our long-term goals, and there's 3 types of them, I think, generally within our system. We have goals to preserve things as they are. So you can imagine the landscape is heavily degraded, and there's specific items that we didn't want further degradation of, like our wetlands, like populations of important wildlife species. So we have goals to maintain those. The second type of standards is standards to restore something that had been lost. So this is like the clarity of our lake, or the health of our forests. We have goals to restore those. And finally, we have standards to create a better system for tomorrow. So here you can think about our transportation and sustainability or sustainable communities threshold standard, which is really about improving the transportation system within our region for the next generation. So we've got these 150 big, broad goals. How do we actually work to achieve those goals? And there's two ways that I think are important to recognize. The first is through the development of the regional plan, which is also a compact requirement for TRPA. So TRPA as an agency was born by the efforts of the two states with the act of Congress, really in the aftermath of the 1960 Olympics and the development boom that occurred after that, and the environmental degradation that happened as a result of that boom really raised awareness for the region. So the goal of the regional plan establishes standards through which we evaluate new development projects or redevelopment projects to ensure that there isn't further environmental degradation and that those individual projects further contribute to our overall goals that are established in these threshold standards. The second way we promote threshold standard attainment is through the Environmental Improvement Program, which you also heard referenced earlier. So the Environmental Improvement Program is nearly 100 public and private partners that implement projects to promote environmental quality and restoration within the Tahoe Basin. So we don't just have these 150 threshold standards standing out there. We also have a responsibility to provide you and members of the public with our status relative to achieving these broad goals. We call those threshold evaluations. We've produced 7 of those throughout our history. Starting in 1991, we produced these reports about every 5 years until 2011. And then in response to requests for additional data, we shortened our reporting timeline from 5 years between individual threshold evaluations to 4 years. So we now produce these reports every 4 years. And we also produce and share all of the data that goes into the reports on the Lake Tahoe Info, sometimes called LT Info dashboard. So you can go onto that dashboard at any time you want and find the information we're talking about. So what's in these threshold reports? So for each of these threshold standards, we produce an analysis that looks something like this, that summarizes the data collected relative to the status of that threshold, where we are on our progress towards attainment of that threshold, or if we are making progress. We also summarize environmental factors that are influencing that threshold and the projects and work that has been done in order to accelerate attainment of that threshold standard. I say all of that, but most people just look at the colored dot you see on your screen. The green ones, as you can imagine, mean that we are in attainment. The red and yellow mean we have not yet hit that threshold standard. So the 2 most recent threshold evaluations we did, this is a high-level summary of those. So we were able to evaluate about 3/4 of our threshold standards between 2015 and 2019. There was small progress made in terms of the number of thresholds that were moved into the attainment category. From the non-attainment category, you can see there was 5 additional standards that moved into that category. That's consistent with sort of the slow rate of progress of large-scale environmental restoration efforts like the one that we're running here. And in the peer review of these evaluations, one of the things that's often emphasized by those peer reviewers is that often in these large-scale environmental systems, the goal is to maintain the status quo. So that's one of the things we're really focused on. But I would like to urge you to dig a little bit deeper the next time you see one of our threshold evaluations, because I think this is the headline that most people stop at. How many thresholds are in attainment? How many thresholds are out of attainment? But if you're thinking about thresholds really as, your long-term goals or like my life goals, like if my life goal is to see my 50th wedding anniversary or see my daughter graduate college, my daughter's 10 right now, so if I was producing the report, I would not be in attainment of that. And I've been married 17 years, so I'm not in attainment of my 50-year wedding anniversary. But that doesn't mean that you can't see that you're making progress toward each of those goals on the way. And the majority of what we do is not talk about how many are in attainment or how many are not in attainment, but the majority of what we do is spend time talking about, are we making progress here or are we losing ground here? And so I'd like to illustrate a little bit more about how we use the threshold evaluation and how we talk about both the threshold evaluation and the data behind it with our partners, with a little bit of an example. So one of our original threshold standards was for the restoration of SEZ. SEZ is another term that's unique to the Tahoe region. It's a stream environment zone. It's generally understood to be a wetland. So in 1981, we established the goal of restoring 25% of our wetlands that had been disturbed. So I mentioned before that we'd done 7 threshold evaluations, and if you had read any of those threshold evaluations, you would have seen something like this. The pretty abrupt statement in 1991, we are not in attainment of this and will not be in attainment until many additional SEZ restoration projects have been constructed. Later we turned those brief statements into icons so that you could tell we were still red. We are not in attainment of this standard. But as I mentioned, the real purpose of the threshold evaluation is not just to establish that one point in time, but establish, are we working on the trajectory? Are we gaining ground or are we losing ground? And so part of what we do within the threshold evaluation is we look at both components of our system, both the regional plan, are the policies and guidelines that govern development within our region, are those having the intended impact, and is the environmental improvement program implementing projects that are helping us here? And so for each of our threshold standards, we have a detailed code of ordinances, permitting conditions, we have compliance actions that we take if those aren't met. What we do as part of this is we look through our permitted projects and we say, is the system working as it was intended to, or do we need to make adjustments to our system, to our regional plan, and modify how we evaluate projects and modify the conditions that those projects need in order to be approved. So that's a part of the threshold evaluation process as well, and how we use the evaluation. The second part of that is evaluating the environmental improvement program. I mentioned earlier the program was born in 1997. It wasn't until 2012 that the program really got serious about collectively reporting on its impact. And what I mean by getting serious is the program, the 80+ partners of the program came together and said, if we want to talk about the progress of the program and the contribution of our projects collectively, then we need to have a collective set of performance measures that we all use. We can't have parks using a different performance measure from the Forest Service, using a different measure from the water boards. We need collective measures. And because the environmental improvement program is just as broad as the thresholds themselves, we're talking about restoring forest health, restoring water quality, sustainable communities, transportation, recreation quality. We have 35 performance measures that every project goes through and says, okay, what was my contribution here? And what was my contribution there? And for each of those, for each project, we also ask that the project, not just ask, require that the project list its funders and the total amount of money spent on that project. So if you dig into this dashboard, you can go all the way down to pick up an individual project here, and I'll highlight 2 things on your screen. So the first is the funding on the right. So you can see the total amount of money spent on this project, and you can see the individual sources of the dollars that contributed to making this this project a reality. The second thing you can see, and we call them the key accomplishments, those are our performance measures. So you can see the tangible benefit that we derived from this project. And all of those are the common performance measures that each project reports, and then we aggregate up at the end of the year to say how much progress was made within Tahoe, and eventually how much progress are we making towards our overall threshold goals. So taking that back to our overall threshold evaluation report. So the project I showed you restored 5 acres of stream environment zone, and we've been at this stream environment zone restoration game for a long time. So this is going all the way back to when the threshold was established. We said we wanted to restore 25% of our stream environment zone that had been degraded. And that translates to a target of about 1,100 acres. And so at every check-in point along the way that we talked about in the threshold evaluation, you saw those red markers that said, nope, not there, nope, not there. And so it's fairly exciting now if you've been in the basin for a long time, and you've been following this over 45 years of implementation, that we are within a whisker of achieving this restoration target. So it's a really exciting milestone. And that's really thanks to all the partners of the Environmental Improvement Program. There's over 55 public and private partners who have implemented projects to contribute to this goal. So there's good news and bad news there. So the good news is that we've almost achieved our target. The bad news is that the stakeholders in the basin realized our work wasn't done yet. And because we've been tracking progress all along, we've also been working with our science partners in preparation to establish a new goal for ourselves. And some of the guidance we'd gotten from past peer review is, and some of it's highlighted here in that quote on the board, is that you shouldn't just be tracking how much you have restored in terms of acres. You need to track the quality of work that you're doing and the overall function of the system that you're restoring. And so in conjunction with our science partners, we've developed a new system to better track our restoration efforts and better track the outcomes of those, that we're moving beyond an accounting system that's solely based on the amount of acres. I'm pleased to report that we adopted that new goal with the support of the Environmental Improvement Program in May of 2024, which will allow us to continue to restore stream environment zones within our region and gain all the additional benefits that come with that. So what comes next? So in the fall of this year, we will be releasing the 8th version of the threshold evaluation, summarizing progress through the end of 2023. After that report comes out, we kick off a larger process that brings in all of the partners within this and seeks the input of the public to help us prioritize what we do next based on these findings. Where do we think we're making progress at the rate we want? Where do we need to redouble our efforts? And what else should we do? With that, I thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Senator Titus, and then.
Thank you for that presentation and all that excellent information. Really going back to the very start of this presentation, you mentioned the original act and those threshold standards origin. And at that point, it mentioned basically such standards shall include but not be limited to air quality, water quality, soil conservation, vegetation, preservation, and noise. Those basic 5 morphed, I think, into 10 categories, and then they morphed into 150 categories. Is it in the original documentation, though, just the basic 5 categories and everything else has come since then as subcategories?
Thank you for the question. Dan Segan again, TRPA for the record. So the compact requires that threshold standards be adopted in those 5 categories. It also required that we adopt those within 18 months after the compact. So the agency set out a whole process that involved public and other agencies. They're the ones that identified the original 9 categories and then adopted 168 standards underneath those. So you can imagine for each of the categories, for air quality, we have multiple standards for different air quality pollutants. So we have standards similar to each of the states and the federal government for things like ozone, carbon monoxide, et cetera. So
have any ever been removed? It seems like you keep adding more. Have you ever achieved it and then remove it, or?
We've achieved and removed, and we've done, I guess, all of the individual actions. We've achieved and removed. We have removed in the past because there had been redundant standards. We have removed and clarified. So one of the major projects that we're working on with the Science Advisory Council is ensuring that all of our standards are specific and measurable. So we had a number of standards that were originally adopted without as strong a scientific basis, as you may say, that just said improve air quality until it's good enough. And so a lot of the process that we've been doing is going through the process of defining what that means with regard to a pollutant of concern, if you will.
Thank you for that, because I think that the whole comment about can you measure it, and then what does that even mean? Okay, I can get this data. Does it make a difference anywhere? Final thing along that line, noise. This is our last meeting up here. I haven't really heard any, and it was one of the priorities initially listed of those 5. How's that doing? How are you measuring noise? Do you make a difference? And don't say what that you can't hear me either. Because
so noise it's actually a really good example.
You gotta say your name.
Oh, my apologies. Dan
You
Segan.
forgot last time, but we'll get you.
Dan Segan, TRPA again. So noise is a really good example of how the adaptive management process works and how it's linked with the regional plan. So we went through a planning process that identified modifications to our shore zone plan and adopted new shoreline regulations, I believe 5 years ago now. And part of that focused on, we have a threshold standard related to shore zone noise. And how loud basically the lake is and how far you can hear boats into the lake. And in order to achieve, so we don't want boats going too fast next to our shore zone because it's too loud for people on the lake. So we have something called a 600-foot no-wake zone. So when you're operating your boat near the shore, you're supposed to be doing so at a speed that does not produce a wake and also does not produce noise. So a lot of TRPA's both enforcement and education work of our boat crew is about letting people know that are boating on the lake about those regulations. They've actually got, much like our red and green paddles for the threshold evaluation in attainment or out of attainment, but they have paddles to get people's attention if they're going too fast. And then they stop and educate those people, those individuals. We also rolled out a boating app for individuals. Obviously, our boat isn't everywhere at all times enforcing that. And the boating app is something that you have on your phone as you're operating a boat on Lake Tahoe that tells you when you've moved into one of those no-wake zones, and we want you to operate your watercraft more slowly.
But so the noise measurement is really about on-water noise, not off-water noise?
Dan Segan again, for the record, TRPA. We have noise standards relative to both, so that noise measurements are actually taken from our beaches and other areas within our region, and they are primarily of watercraft noise on the lake, but measured from shore.
Right, so fireworks doesn't count, those noises like that, concerts, none of that counts. It's mostly you're measuring the noise of the craft on the water.
Dan Segan again, for the record. We actually, that is, I was referring to a specific standard, a recreation-based noise standard. We actually have, we call them, they're community noise equivalent levels, or CNELs, that measure the ambient noise volume in the background, and we have different goals based on how the area is zoned. So that any activity counts towards those CNEL noise standards.
And so do you use a reference if you can hear an osprey or an eagle, that it's good enough? If you can't hear them, it's too noisy.
Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on the thresholds, and I saw that you went from 75 to 90. You know, certainly still much work to do. But I was wondering, is it possible for a threshold to be reached, and then when you measure again, say 5 years later, then you've fallen off, it reverts? Can that happen, and do we monitor that as well?
Dan Segan again, TRPA for the record. Yes, that is possible, and we've seen that in the past with different standards. You know, the example of noise is a useful one where if behavior changes, we've seen them go in and out of attainment. And so part of the work is to ensure that they stay in attainment once they get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? All right, I just have a couple. How often do you update the environmental threshold standards? How current are we? And these are different than the environmental impact thresholds, which you're updating currently, right? Or make sure I'm got it right.
I'll start with that, and Dan can jump in. Thank you, Chair Daley. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. So yes, so there's the standards that we're, held accountable for, but then when we analyze big programs or projects, there are environmental reviews that have to make sure we're not violating or degrading those standards. So I think there's two pieces there. This has long been a topic that we've discussed with this committee and in different legislative hearings, because as Dan said earlier in the presentation, a lot of these standards flowed out of the 1980s. And they have grown and become more complex. And a big charge of the Science Council, which you'll hear from shortly, was to help guide, best available science and modernizing those standards. It's also very expensive to monitor and to deliver the kind of rigorous scientific monitoring to make sure that we're following these. So that's been a process we've been engaged in for several years, and a big piece of the work that Dan has done in working with the Science Council to bring them up to best available science. And we just adopted 3 new ones. The stream environment zone wetland was one category. There's a new standard for aquatic invasive species that you'll hear about, and a new one for Tahoe yellowcrest, which is that special endemic species, that little flower that grows nowhere else in the world. And our board just took action in May to improve those 3. So it's kind of a revolving, an evolving process. And then the evaluation report that's coming out this fall will highlight the need for more work. And we have to prioritize, based on our resources and the resources of our partners, because again, we're not out doing forest treatments, but the Forest Service are, and their work is implicated by a lot of these standards, and so we have to work in partnership with them. But anything, Dan, to add to that?
Dan Segan, TRPA. The only thing I would add is that the threshold evaluations occur every 4 years. The environmental monitor 4 years is every threshold evaluation, which is the process of saying yes or no, are we in attainment? The monitoring data and the progress is updated every year.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I was just trying to get clarification on what we have, how often it's being updated, how current is it, right? So I understand, like on the example you gave on the, what'd you call it, the stream environment zones. So you set a goal however many years ago, and you've been tracking it 45 years, I think you said, and you're almost to your 25%. Obviously, that doesn't mean you're not going to continue to try to improve the stream environment zones. But you say, all right, we met our goal, and you'll reevaluate. Maybe that would cause another standard to say, hey, we want to get another 10%. Maybe you put a year deal on it or a time frame. So you're updating when you reach a goal, and you say, what can we do next where it is until you hopefully restored all of it. Ozone was probably not an issue when you first started, but there's new thresholds. EPA comes out with stuff that causes you guys then to modify, but then it's not a matter of just saying maybe we don't have enough information on our area to just snap your fingers and say this is our goal. And that's where you're saying it takes the time and the money and coordination and resources to do. If you can make sure I'm on the right track there. And then is that different than like an environmental impact statement or environmental thresholds or the standards, kind of the same thing?
I'll jump in, and Dan may want to build on that. Julie Reagan with TRPA for the record. Thank you, Chair Daley, for the question. So yes, so those standards are evolving, but just to use your stream environment zone, call it wetlands standard, what we did in working with the partnership rather than, declaring victory, we went and made it harder on ourselves because the work isn't done. Because not just restoring X percent is enough. It's really not a numbers game, but how healthy are those wetlands? Maybe on paper, this restoration, down the street was completed, but is that a healthy, functioning wet meadow? Is the habitat improved? Is the riparian condition improved? So we actually have raised the bar on that standard. And so each of those standards, we're looking at with a team of experts and all the partners to do it. And that the environmental impact statements that you mentioned are using those standards in the analysis so that it's documented in every environmental document that comes across. I'll give you an example, Meeks Bay restoration. In August, our governing board has the privilege of acting on this restoration of Meeks Bay. There's invasive species restoration, there's wetlands and meadow restoration, the Washoe tribe is involved. And that environmental review has been going on for some years with the Forest Service and many partners. And that document has to analyze all of these standards that you heard about to make sure that there's not impacts to those standards that can't be mitigated. And so the environmental reviews really tier off those standards. And so that's the standard for the basin. Any big project that our board needs to approve that requires that kind of environmental review is looking at these standards as the basis and determining, are there impacts or can there be, in mitigation to work through those issues.
Okay, that was all of my questions. Any additional questions? Doesn't look like it. So thank you again. So we will close agenda item 5 and move to agenda item 6, which is an update on the Lake Tahoe Aquatic Invasive Species Program. So we have Dennis Zabaglo from TRPA and Kevin Netcher from NDOW. So you're going to tell us how to kill things in the lake.
Good afternoon, Chair Daly and members of the committee. I'm Dennis Zabaglo, DENNISZABAGLO. I am the Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and I'm here with my partner, Kevin Netcher, and we are going to provide you an update on our Aquatic Invasive Species Program. Kevin's going to lead us off and then talk about the statewide effort and then how we work together more locally, and then I will provide additional context on the Lake Tahoe program specifically. So I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and I'm happy to present to this committee. My name is Kevin Netcher, KEVINNETCHER, and I'm the Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator for the Nevada Department of Wildlife. I'm going to be presenting on NDOW's Aquatic Invasive Species Program and how we collaborate with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. So first I wanted just to give a quick commonly used definition of aquatic invasive species, otherwise known as AIS. AIS are freshwater or marine organisms that is not in its native range and causing harm or is capable of causing harm. This harm can be to infrastructure, an ecosystem, sensitive species, aquatic resources, or even humans. But Nevada actually has AIS and injurious aquatic species defined in Nevada revised statutes. NRS 503.597 defines aquatic invasive species as an aquatic species which is exotic or not native to this state and which the Commission has determined to be detrimental to aquatic life, water resources, or infrastructures for providing water in this state. That same NRS also defines injurious aquatic species as an aquatic species which the Commission has determined to be a threat to sensitive, threatened, or endangered aquatic species, or game fish, or the habitat of those species. And just as a point of clarification, the Commission reference is the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners. So here is the current list of Nevada's aquatic invasive species and injurious aquatic species. The AIS is primarily mussel species as well as New Zealand mud snails. And the injurious aquatic species list is more varied and includes fish species, amphibians, and crayfish. Okay, I also wanted to quickly go through some additional regulations that are pertinent to later parts of this presentation. So currently in Nevada, it is unlawful to launch a vessel into a body of water for which the department has an approved inspection program without first complying with that program. It's unlawful to leave an impaired body of water and launch the vessel on any other body of water without first decontaminating the vessel. And an impaired body of water is a body of water that we know there's infestation of AIS. Each owner or operator in control of a vessel or conveyance shall stop at any mandatory inspection station for aquatic invasive species authorized by the department. And additionally, if a peace officer conducting an inspection of a vessel or conveyance and determines that an aquatic invasive species or aquatic plant material is present on the vessel or conveyance, the peace officer may order the vessel or conveyance to be decontaminated, and a peace officer may impound or quarantine a vessel. So there's also applicable pertinent Nevada Administrative Code. NAC 488.526 requires that all water be drained from a watercraft and all drain plugs and drain valves be removed or opened while transporting a watercraft over land in the state. And so all of these regulations are necessary because of these guys. These are quagga mussels. So quagga mussels are native to Eastern Europe and first showed up in the Great Lakes in the United States in the 1980s. It is believed that they were transported to the U.S. in the ballast waters of cargo ships. And it is capable to transport them overland on trailer watercraft, either live adults or their microscopic larvae called veligers. The veligers can survive in standing water within a watercraft. They create very dense mats and are very problematic for dams and irrigation infrastructure. This is actually a Nevada license plate that is 100% covered in quagga mussels. That came out of Lake Mead after being in the water for about a year, so they do it really quick. Quagga mussels were first discovered in Lake Mead in the mid-2000s, and it is believed a trailered watercraft transported them from the Great Lakes. And just as a note, zebra mussels are a closely related cousin to quagga mussels, and they present similar challenges. So this map shows a current distribution of quagga and zebra mussels in the United States. Quagga mussels are primarily found in the lower Colorado, Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, Lake Havasu, and parts of California and Arizona, while zebra mussels are primarily contained to the Mississippi River drainage and the Great Lakes, essentially the entire Mississippi drainage. And those yellow squares are actually where we know quagga mussel infestations failed. And that's concerning because those two in Nevada are actually relatively close to here. Those are Rye Patch and LaHaunt reservoirs. We detected quagga mussel DNA in those two reservoirs about 15 years ago, but fortunately neither one of those populations took off or were successful. Okay, so to prevent their spread, Nevada operates watercraft inspection and decontamination stations, also called WID stations, that inspect trailered watercraft. If any signs of quagga mussel or other AIS are found, the stations will decontaminate the boat using heated pressure washers with a minimum temperature of 120 degrees Fahrenheit, which kills the mussels and their larvae. NDOW's WID program is essentially broken down into two parts: a containment program in southern Nevada that decontaminates boats leaving Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, and the lower Colorado River, and a prevention program at reservoirs in northern Nevada. The containment program in southern Nevada operates year-round, and it includes a roadside station in Alamo, Nevada, while the prevention program operates seasonally during the busy summer boating season. And additionally, tribal partners operate stations in Sutcliffe and Owyhee, Nevada, and all the stations at Lake Tahoe are operated by TRPA. So just here's a quick photo of one of our watercraft inspection stations at Lake Mead. This is at Hemingway Harbor. So a trailer boat would pull up onto that green mat. It used to be green, the sun's kind of baked it off. And then the pressure water unit's actually contained within that Connex box. And so once we've done decontaminating the boat, the water actually flows through that mat and is recycled through our system through a series of filters, and we're able to reuse it to decontaminate the next boats. And it's just not Nevada and TRPA. Every Western state and some Canadian provinces have some level of a watercraft inspection and decontamination program to prevent the spread of AIS. And what's cool is that we actually all use the same shared database that is housed by the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife. The database captures inspection and decontamination information and allows for movement notices to be distributed when watercraft are moving between jurisdictions. And so here's an example of what one of those movement notices look like. This is a boat that was decontaminated at Lake Mead and is heading to Bear Lake in Idaho. The notice includes information about the inspection and decontamination, boat details, and the owner's contact information if the receiving jurisdiction wishes to contact the vessel owner. Here is just another example. This is a watercraft that was decontaminated at Lake Havasu in Arizona and is heading to Lake Tahoe. So I'm briefly going to just touch on some coordination between NDOW and TRPA's AIS programs. So the coordination between NDOW and TRPA's WID programs is extensive during the boating season, but we also coordinate in other ways regarding AIS. NDOW is a member of Tahoe's AIS Coordinating Committee, and both NDOW and TRPA are members of the Western Invasive Species Coordinating Effort and the Western Regional Panel on Aquatic Nuisance Species. Additionally, NDOW assists TRPA with AIS funding. The Aquatic Nuisance Species Plan Grant Program is administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and historically, TRPA were allowed to directly receive those funds. During a previous presidential administration, it was determined that the funds had to be received by a state. So NDOW began receiving the funds on TRPA's behalf and subgranting 100% of those funds back to TRPA. NDOW also has enforcement capabilities that TRPA doesn't, with NDOW's game wardens capable of enforcing AIS regulations. And actually just last week, TRPA contacted NDOW about 2 mussel-fouled boats that were in Lake Tahoe Basin, not in the lake, but in a parking lot. And so NDOW wardens worked with TRPA and the boat owners to actually seize the boats in place until they could be decontaminated. And finally, NDOW also permits or has management responsibility for other AIS species in the basin, such as crayfish or any other fish species. And we would coordinate directly with TRPA on those efforts as well. And finally, I just wanted to end with saying that Nevada's AIS program is not just quagga mussels. Some of our other efforts include northern pike suppression program at Cummins Lake in eastern Nevada to maintain a very popular trout and bass fishery, eradicating Australian red claw crayfish from a series of ponds in the Clark County Wetlands Park, which is adjacent to the Las Vegas Wash. We did that to prevent them from spreading into the wash and eventually into Lake Mead. And finally, NDOW tracks the presence of other AIS such as the New Zealand mud snails, not only in Lake Tahoe, but statewide. And I imagine we're going to hear a lot more about New Zealand mud snails from Dennis here in just a little bit. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm curious, you mentioned, because it's in my district, is Lake Lahontan, and that there was some, you said the DNA testing. So there was actually some of the mussels that you found in Lake Lahontan, and the DNA tested positive for what you've identified. Is that what happened?
Kevin Etcher, Department of Wildlife. We actually detected their DNA within the water column, so we never saw any actual mussels or
That's what I
veligers.
was asking. So you do you do regular water testing then and just see if there's any, and you do a pattern for different DNAs of different invasive species?
Yes, Kevin Etcher, Department of Wildlife. For quagga mussels, we sample, through our fisheries division, we sample every reservoir in the state that we're capable of launching a boat on at least once every 5 years. The larger reservoirs like Lahontan and Right Patch and Wild Horse and others are sampled twice a year.
The water?
Yeah, the water.
Right. And so nobody ever saw these, and I'm just wondering, these boats are not cleaned with Clorox or anything like that. It's a high pressure heat processing to clean it. So they're not sterilized. So is there a possibility that the boats that say were in Lake Mead or a boat that had these mussels on them then without the actual mussel in there would have the DNA left over from the mussels that then they put that boat in Lahontan, and that the species never actually was there.
Kevin Etcher, Department of Wildlife, yes, it's very possible.
Because if that wasn't possible, then I would say whatever is working in Lake Lahontan, you should be doing it. Why would they not take off? And my theory is that they didn't take off because they never existed in that lake.
Yeah, Kevin Etcher, Department of Wildlife, I would be in agreement with you.
Okay.
I think
All
they
right.
were
I mean, my science background just saying, well, wait a minute here. So, all right. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Endal? Anybody? No? I think you're off the hook. We may call you back later, but we'll now hear from the TRPA.
Good afternoon again. Dennis Sabaglo, TRPA for the record, the Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager for TRPA, and we'll go into more specifics on the Lake Tahoe program. Give a broad overview of the program, how we operate, all the partnerships and coordination we have with our private and public partners throughout the basin, and then highlight some of the major aspects of the program with prevention, control, and monitoring, how we track our success, prevention being the boat inspection programs that Kevin previously described, and then conclude with some of our accomplishments and the funding that we received to do this work. So our program more or less started in earnest in 2008 when quagga mussels were discovered in Lake Mead, as Kevin mentioned. It's just a day's drive away. Boats travel from all over. We've had boats from every state in the country come to Lake Tahoe. And so that's when we really got up to speed and started doing boat inspections that following summer after they were discovered. But we are governed by our Aquatic Invasive Species Management Plan that describes the various species that we either have or are concerned about. And so Kevin described some of those impacts, but they certainly alter the food web, which has devastating impacts on the ecology of Lake Tahoe, but also infrastructure. Lake Mead, where there's hydroelectric power, they have to build redundant systems to deal with those quagga mussels that build up. They're filter feeders. They have the abyssal threads like a beard. When you pull the mussel or the beard off the mussels you eat, same kind of thing. They stick to everything, and you have to literally scrape them off, and it's a very, very expensive process. So it has great impacts there, but also Lake Tahoe is a $5 billion recreation-based economy. And so if we were to have an infestation like a quagga mussel, some of the beaches, all the clear water that you see would be greatly impacted to our recreators, both local and visitors. And all of those are described in our management plan, as I mentioned. It is a federally approved management plan. Nevada has one as well, signed by both governors and the executive director of TRPA. And part of that includes an early detection rapid response plan that I'll talk about with the New Zealand mud snails. But we are part of the environmental improvement program, which you heard about previously. We are one of the major implementing programs for making sure that the impacts from existing or new are mitigated or prevented. TRPA is the designated lead of that management plan and also serves as a fiscal agent. So we've received quite a bit of funding, not only through the states, but the federal government to implement these programs. And then the partnerships that we have. As Kevin mentioned, NDOW is one of our coordinating committee members, along with Nevada Division of State Lands, and then other California agencies and nonprofit and public organizations. And that group provides strategic planning and guidance for what we do for both prevention, control, and monitoring. So prevention, it works where programs have implemented these measures to inspect and decontaminate when necessary. Those efforts have, by and large, prevented new invaders from coming into those water bodies. TRPA's program is a mandatory program by the code, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's Code of Ordinances, requires inspections for all motorized watercraft, and we have 3 inspection stations around the lake, 1 in Nevada, 2 in California, that can also conduct these decontaminations that Kevin mentioned, where we are using hot water, no chemicals of any kind. And even though quagga mussels are kind of what everybody thinks about when we're doing these inspections, but because we're looking for water and the clean, drain, and dry. If you've heard that mantra before, that's what all of our programs utilize. We're looking for anything. And so if you're not clean, you're not drain, you're not dry, and we're doing a decontamination, it's going to deal with any invader that we're concerned about, not just quagga mussels. We have highly trained staff that we go through a process every year. We also work with a Paiute tribe up at Pyramid Lake and help train their staff. And we're all using consistent protocols. So the West has done a really excellent job of coming together. We have consistent protocols. All of our terminology is the same. The way we monitor is very similar. So we know what we're talking about when we talk to each other, and then also boaters know what to expect when they cross state lines. And then education. Education is critical. We want to make sure boaters know what we're doing, but why we're doing it, and because of the grave impacts that we may have to Lake Tahoe's ecosystem. And education also helps with behavior change, and that's really, really hard to accomplish. And decontaminations is one of the biggest strains on our resources and time to be able to conduct. And when we first started the program, we were doing about 75% of the boats or more needing a decontamination. And with that clean, drain, and dry emphasis, we're now less than 50% of our boats needing a decontamination. So boaters are changing their behavior. So we mentioned New Zealand mud snails. It's a invader throughout the country. Unfortunately discovered here last year in September, the first invader that we discovered since the program existed. This was, I'll show a map of where they are, but they are super, super small. It's all those little black dots on some of this invasive plants here. They're about the size of a grain of rice. They're first introduced into the United States, I believe, in the Snake River. And then the first observation in California was in 2000, and then in Nevada, maybe early 2000s, in the Truckee River, so not too far from here. But they're a little unusual to be found where we found them in Tahoe, in the lake itself. They're called mud snails for a reason. Usually you find them on the banks of rivers and creeks, but we found them in Lake Tahoe. This is the South Shore. You'll see a bunch of dark red dots, but there's one, I don't know if I use my cursor here at all, but it doesn't show up on the screen, but there's one little dot that also has a little yellow dot in it. But we found that it's about 2,000 feet offshore, which is a little unusual, not near a ramp or a marina, but at the area where there's a lot of recreation visitors that could walk out to a beach. So we don't believe, we'll never know for sure, that they came in on a motorized watercraft, more likely a non-motorized watercraft or toy. And so this is a grid survey we did immediately after the discovery. Once the discovery was in place, or once we made the discovery with some of our divers that were doing plant surveys at the time, notified us immediately. We used that rapid response plan I mentioned that's within our management plan to develop an incident team with us and our primary partner, the Tahoe Resource Conservation District here in Lake Tahoe, and formed notifications. So one of my first phone calls, which I was dreading, was to Kevin, and then to his counterpart in California, and then to our partners at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It was probably a big kick in the gut when we learned what they were, but we acted immediately and had the plans in place to respond accordingly. We also implemented a technical advisory committee through the Tahoe Science Advisory Council to come up with some guidance and recommendations from the science side of what we should be doing. Unfortunately, there is no real means of control for these species. Containment is our standard right now. Also, but delineation is one of the first things we did. So this grid survey kind of indicates where they are. Not in Nevada. They've only seen as far east Ski Run Marina, which is on the California side, and as far west as Camp Richardson. So this same grid work will be conducted again this year to track any increases or declines in those populations. But because we think that the most likely introduction was through a non-motorized watercraft of some sort, we're putting a stronger emphasis on non-motorized prevention and education. And so these are what are called clean, drain, and dry machines, or CD3 machines, clean, drain, dry, dispose. They're used in other places in the United States, but we're focusing them on non-motorized. They're waterless cleaning stations. These particular units here are mobile units. We can move them around to various popular launching places around the lake, but they have a hose to blow air to remove things. They also have a vacuum to suck things up, and some tongs to remove some like larger debris or plant materials. The first one you see on the right was purchased with funds from the League to Save Lake Tahoe, one of our nonprofit partners here in the basin. And then the other on the left was purchased with federal funds and cooperation with the Washoe tribe. And that unit sits at Meeks Bay in being operated by the Washoe tribe. So the non-motorized program is a stewardship program. It's voluntary. It's called the Tahoe Keepers Program. So we train our recreators to identify invasive species on their paddlecraft and learn ways to clean, drain, and dry them, including the tools I just mentioned. But we have a video. You can go online. You can watch the video. It's just been updated recently, both in English and Spanish language. And then you take a quiz and you become a certified Tahoe keeper. That just alerts some of our partners that this paddlecraft is safer than others because they've gone through this process. And then education, as I mentioned, is critical. We're now looking at, we now have materials also in Spanish language, which is an example on the left as a rat card we have at many popular locations around the basin to have that messaging in Spanish as well. Another high priority aspect of our prevention program is moving to permanent locations. Kevin showed you the picture of the decontamination unit in Southern Nevada. We have very similar machines here in Lake Tahoe, but we have to operate, and we use those at off-ramp locations. When we started the program in 2008, we were doing all this work on the ramps. And if you've ever been on a boat ramp here in Lake Tahoe, it's a very chaotic scene, and there's not a lot of space to do this, where you're launching boats are leaving, but then also trying to do an inspection and decontamination just wasn't very conducive to our work. And so now we are looking at, so now we operate at off-highway locations. And so this is an example of the Nevada, where our existing location is right there at the corner of Highway 50 and Highway 28 in an NDOT facility where we have to go through an approval process every year and also decommission and recommission it every season. But now working with NDOT, Nevada Department of Transportation, and the Tahoe Transportation District and the U.S. Forest Service, we've identified a permanent location that will be a multi-use facility. It's just maybe a mile down the road across from Spooner Lake State Park. That will be there all the time. We can provide additional customer service experiences. That's something that we're very proud of, that we can do these inspections and decontaminations. You get on the water the same day. And so being able to have that in a more professional environment, but also way less resources that are being expended from having to break down and remobilize the facility every year, and then also not having to go through an annual temporary encroachment permit process. So we're making great progress now. Environmental assessment was done a couple years ago. We're now in the design phase of looking at 100% design plans, with construction starting as early as next year. So we're really excited about it. It's also a multi-use facility where there'll be a transit hub to go up the Highway 28 corridor to the various beaches and locations to relieve some parking struggles that exist on that highway corridor as well. So moving into control, we try to strategically plan our projects so we can allocate the resources that we have to the places that are most needed. We have two guiding documents: the implementation plan that was developed by the University of Nevada, Reno, that gave us a various list of locations and species that we should be addressing based on the where they are located, but also the available technologies that we can use to actually make an impact to with plants. That was one of the highest species to consider for treatment, looking at localized eradication. So you can see most of our infestations now for plants are on the South Shore, near the Tahoe Keys, but we've implemented these control projects kind of like a wildfire, where you're looking at hitting all the hot spots. So you can see all the gray dots. Those are now locally eradicated locations, along with one on the east shore of Nevada, Logan Shoals, that has also now been treated. And now we're focusing a lot of our efforts on the South Shore with the Tahoe Keys and Taylor Talac, which I'll talk about here in a minute. And then you heard Dan talk about environmental thresholds. Let's see. No, sorry. I just wanted to show a couple examples of the treatments or treatment technologies we use. This is diver-assisted suction. This is Eurasian water milfoil. Divers picking them up, putting them in a hose, and they go up to a barge and are disposed of. These are bottom barriers. This is actually an Asian clam project at Sand Harbor, but the idea is the same. It's these mats that cover them, whether it's a plant or animal. If it's a plant, we're using a thinner material that just blocks sunlight to stop photosynthesis that kills the plant. And in this instance here, it's a rubber bottom barrier that's more like a pond liner, and it's suffocating them. It's starving them of oxygen and killing the clams. And so Dan mentioned the environmental thresholds that we're working on, the ones that I think Julie Reagan mentioned that have just been recently updated, are our AIS control thresholds. They, in the past, were very aspirational and not very measurable. And so now with all the data that we've had and the experience we have of doing these projects, making them measurable. And so we're looking at no active infestations in the lake and reducing abundance within the Tahoe Keys by 75%. It's a bit of a different standard because Tahoe Keys is a little bit of a different animal. It's a much denser infestation and much harder to deal with the scope and scale of that location at 170 acres. So looking at some of these bigger projects more specifically, or in some detail, this is the Taylor to Lac Creeks and Marsh ecosystem. This is on the South Shore, Lake Tahoe, Baldwin Beach area. This is a highly used recreation area. It's the last fully functioning wetland in the basin, and we are partnering with the U.S. Forest Service on treating a 17-acre infestation of Eurasian water milfoil and a little bit of curly leaf pondweed, which are two notorious aquatic weed invaders. And you can kind of see some of the outlines in the dark areas where either water or they're exposed, but those are bottom barriers that were installed by our contractors. That started in 2021 and going upland into the ecosystem there and upstream. Some of these weeds can be transported by waterfowl, but also by wind. And so it has gone upstream a bit, but we've done some initial monitoring this season above where the bottom barriers are, and we have found no additional invasive aquatic weeds. And now the next step is to start looking under those barriers to ensure that they've been effective at killing them, and we may be able to remove them as early as this fall. But this is a really important project because it's the first time we've done treatment like this in this type of environment. Before we were looking at small projects within marinas, but this is now in a marsh and wetland area. And it's the first step of a restoration the Forest Service will be doing in addition to the aquatic weed project. This has the potential to provide habitat for every single native species in the basin, but it's also a natural filter. The wetlands that was talked about in the previous presentation, it's a natural filter for the lake, reducing nutrients and sediment before they can get into the lake, but also a carbon sink, and then that native habitat restoration, which is critical. It's exactly what we try to do by removing these invasives, providing new habitat or improved habitat for our native species. And then the Tahoe Keys project, this was started, it's a test project that was started in 2022, but with 3 years of analysis and data collection. This is our highest priority location for treatment because it is the source of all other, the source of weeds for all other places in the lake. And so that did look at new tools that had never been used here in Lake Tahoe, such as aquatic herbicides in a one-time application, but also looking at innovative approaches such as UV light, which is a boat that has an array of ultraviolet light bulbs that zap them and break down the cell wall. So looking at those two technologies to knock them back, and then trying to use all mechanical methods to maintain that knockback for the future. We are in the 3rd year of that test. The last 2 years have been all non-herbicidal methods with bottom barriers, divers pulling up weeds, bottom barriers, and ultraviolet light. And so once the project is complete, we'll be taking the 3 years of data to assess what set of tools will most likely give us the chance to maintain any reductions that are achieved for the long term. And then to make sure we know what the projects that we're implementing are effective, we employ monitoring to track our progress. On the left picture there is a type of remote sensing we're using with sonar to be able to detect submerged aquatic vegetation. Then we also have divers in the water looking at plants, looking at their composition, what type of species we're dealing with, and also their densities. And then ultimately what we're trying to see is what you see on the right. And maybe when we go back after the project is complete to do surveillance, you might see a sprout or two, and they can immediately pull that and maintain that as a weed-free location. And so the accomplishments that we've achieved since the program began in 2008, over 110,000 boats inspected, like I said, from all over the United States, hundreds of boats having aquatic invasive species of all sorts. And this year already we've seen 17 boats with quagga mussels or zebra mussels from places south of here, but also from the Midwest, the Great Lakes area. That behavior change is really impressive, I think, because it is so hard to do, to have our boaters really understand what they can do to help the issue. The Tahoe Keepers, as I mentioned, is a stewardship program. We have now close to 7,300 trained recreators with 322 acres of AIS treated. Last year was 100 acres alone, so we're really increasing our pace and scale. And one of our strategic documents said that is something we definitely have to do if we're going to achieve our goals, is to be able to increase that pace and scale. So we have additional staff, we've hiring additional contractors to make sure that we have the capacity to do those projects. Localized eradication is something we're accomplishing in different locations around the lake, and then slowly closing in on these larger, more complicated infestations with all the lessons learned that we have addressing places like Taylor Talac and the Tahoe Keys, as I mentioned. And then innovation, having new technologies like UV light to have another tool in the toolbox. And the program funding that we have, Nevada was instrumental when we first started the program, looking at funds from, well, first off with funds from the United States Army Corps, but when those funds were drying up, Nevada stepped up with significant funding to ensure our prevention program was being maintained. And now we still get that state funding, but now additional funding through the federal side of things, but also private sources. We do complement the program with the public funds with boater inspection fees, and then additional funds for projects from nonprofit organizations like the League to Save Lake Tahoe and the Tahoe Fund. But what's really important is to ensure that we have a long-term sustainable source of funding to keep new invaders out and make significant progress on reducing the invasive species we have. And just to highlight Nevada's continued program support, the Lake Tahoe license plate grant is something we look to every year for funding. They are helping fund that permanent inspection location, a permanent inspection station I mentioned at Spooner, and also those general fund monies that help go to prevention and control efforts. We work very closely with state parks at Cave Rock State Park and Sand Harbor. While we do our inspections, it's also critical for these launch facilities to ensure that every single boat that we inspect is, or every boat that's trying to launch is inspected prior to launch. So we work very closely with those organizations. And then with Kevin and his staff, if we need help with a boat because it needs to be quarantined, TRPA does not have that power. And so we work with NDOW to ensure that that boat's not going to launch and we can do a proper decontamination on it. Early detection and rapid response is key. We do those quagga mussel sampling as well. The question Senator Titus asked about DNA. It is a very complicated thing to understand, and you grasp it very well. It's something we struggle with some of our partners, because when you're doing that type of monitoring, it doesn't mean you have a real creature there. It's a skin cell maybe that's shed off that you're able to detect. So it's a critical tool for an early detection to give us direction to do more monitoring to make sure we understand what we're dealing with. And then, like I said, that enforcement and education component is really critical to the work we do. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Questions, committee? We'll go to the end first and get Senator Scheibel.
All right, thank you. This was a really interesting presentation. I appreciate your thoroughness in it, and I have a question that I want to make sure I phrase right, because I understand that this is all connected. That's the nature of an ecosystem. But I was really interested, especially when you were talking about the control projects, and you have different approaches for plant life versus animal life, and then what you even kind of describe as weeds. And are certain areas more vulnerable to invasive species? And so you might see both plants and animals, or all three, and weeds in one particular part of the lake, whereas another part of the lake has none of the above? Or how does the biology work?
Thank you for the question. Dennis Abaglo, TRPA for the record. Most of these invaders, especially the invasive aquatic weeds or plants, we call them weeds generally speaking to differentiate them from a desirable native species, but they like to reside in these areas where they're kind of like aquariums in marinas, where you have a lot of enclosures and protection from the wind or colder water. The Tahoe Keys, for example, it's a little bit shallower in some areas, but it's definitely enclosed. Warmer conditions, less wave action. These plants, especially Eurasian water milfoil, doesn't like the open water necessarily. We don't see them as much on the Nevada side because the winds come from the southwest over to the east shore of Nevada, so they don't establish as well. But there is a small marina on the Nevada side. It's called Elk Point Marina. It's a small homeowners marina where it's a marina cut into the landscape, so it provides that protection. And so we're working with those private homeowners to do a project there in the near future. And then other locations, Logan Shoals, again, it's a protected environment with a sheet pile wall. So that's generally, we see them in these protected areas. Protected in the sense they're protected from environmental conditions,
yes,
not protected from us.
I knew what you meant. And just to follow up, and so would that be true with invasive species, the animals too?
Dennis Abaglo, TRPA. Not necessarily. Asian clam is a species that we have that has quite a bit of abundance on the Nevada side. In the nearshore areas, we don't find them in the deep waters, but nearshore, it's critical because that's also where our public interacts with the lake. But we do see them in more locations, or more variety of locations, I should say. Asian clam or signal crayfish, the invasive crayfish that we have there in many locations throughout the lake.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for that information. Couple questions real quick. The lake is very deep. I think 1,600 feet. I mean, really deep. You're doing a lot of monitoring and you have hired divers. How much time is spent researching the depth to see if there's been changes in that?
Dennis Abaglo, TRPA. We do diver transects every 3 to 5 years. And we have a monitoring plan that was developed in 2018 that identified 108 dive transects around the lake. Many of them are targeted to make sure we're hitting those locations where we know they're likely to exist, like a marina, but also just random locations as well. And so those are repeated, and they go out to a certain depth and distance to ensure that we are looking at the potential of where they can grow, but also a little bit more because of climate change, habitat could expand, growing seasons can be longer, but we are adding buffers to that to ensure we're going a bit deeper than where we know they can survive.
Thank you. Follow up a question that I fish. I have 2 small little boats that I use when I head out fishing, and I proudly pay my AIS sticker. You didn't mention any of that funding. I'm looking at where does that just go to Nevada Department of Wildlife when I get my boat recertified, licensed every year, and then you share it with here, or is that strictly used for your boat inspection, and where does that funding go?
Yeah, Kevin Netcher, Department of Wildlife. It stays with NDOW. We use most of those funds to match our federal grants. So that's where the majority of that funding goes to. We do use some of it for limited control efforts as well.
And final, just a comment. Thank you for looking at that permanent station at where you're going to do just outside of Sand Harbor and Spooner Summit, because I think there's a lot of when I know Sand Harbor pretty well, and doing any inspections and unloading boats and loading them back up there causes a huge backlog into the highway. And so would folks then go to your permanent station and then they'd be able to go into Sand Harbor, and that might speed that process up a little bit, huh?
Dennis Sabaglo, TRPA. We're currently doing those inspections and decontaminations off-site, so we're not having that impact as we did when we first started the program back in 2008. 2010 and 11 is when we moved to off-site locations, but they're temporary. And so we're doing that decommissioning and recommissioning every season, where this will prevent us from having to do that, but also having a environment where we can make sure we have the utmost technology or utmost up-to-date technology for decontaminations, and then just providing a better customer service for boaters. And if I can go back on the question you raised on the funding, Nevada has their AIS sticker, but Lake Tahoe also has their sticker program where we charge a fee for our services. It's a one-time fee that gets you as many inspections as you need for the season, but then the decontamination, if it's needed, is a per instance. And so the boater can avoid that fee by coming clean, drain, and dry, and that's what we are seeing more and more each season. And so as an incentive to boaters that arrive clean, drain, and dry, they don't need to have that decontamination. So our fee covers our program, and then our programs complement each other with having more water bodies protected through inspections and decontaminations helps us all.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I just want to follow up on a couple of things just so I'm clear. So when you do the inspection, so everybody before they put the boat in the water anywhere on the lake are supposed to get the inspection. I'm assuming you have checkpoints, you have whatever it is. So is there like somebody at the launch site that says, you need to show me you've been inspected or you ain't getting in? Are those manned 24/7? Are there, you lock up the marinas at certain hours, they're only open? I'm assuming you've thought of all of these. I'm just kind of questioning on that. And then does it cover, you got some person with their mega, 50-acre parcel that's got their own boat launch, and their friend comes in from somewhere and doesn't get inspected. How do you handle that? And do you like confiscate their boat and say your mansion's been taken over or whatever? I mean, well, I'm perfectly fine with a penalty like that myself. But, so do we have those problems? Do we not? And I have a second question once you get there. So I know you guys have thought of this. There's a lot of logistic stuff. It's not new, and they can get inspected, like you said, in Arizona, and bring that and say, hey, I'm clean from Arizona, and come here and say, here's my certificate or whatever. I'm assuming those programs. So if you could spell it out a little more.
Thank you for the question, Dennis Sabaglo, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. When a boat is inspected at one of our inspection stations, we also partner and contract with all of the launch facilities around the lake. And so once that inspection and decontamination is complete, there is a little wire security seal that goes in between the boat and the trailer. And that seal needs to be broken in order for that boat to be removed from the trailer. It's not going to stop anybody, but it is a very strong indicator or observational indicator that you know that that boat has been inspected. And so when they go to the launch ramp, the launch facility staff are trained to make sure that they are looking for that and that it's not tampered with. And then that boat can launch because it has either previously been inspected or on Lake Tahoe more recently. Once that boat returns from the lake, that staff will also put a seal on again to ensure that that boat doesn't need to be inspected again because it's most last been on Lake Tahoe. So they'll put that seal on the boat and then they can go back to Lake Tahoe with that seal intact. And we have agreements with every single launch facility around the lake. There's about a dozen or more of those locations, and we train them, we secret shop them, we secret shop our own staff, so we know that those protocols are being followed. And then as far as some of these private locations, To our knowledge, what we've seen with our observations around the lake, there are not generally these individual ramps on one parcel. Certain neighborhoods will have their own launch facilities, and we've worked with them. It's an HOA, generally speaking, and they are. We have agreements with them as well to follow the rules, and we do also check on those facilities as well. And then the question about coming from other locations, Kevin mentioned the database that we all use and share information just on the inspections themselves and the decontaminations and what happens to those boats, and we get alerted when boats come our way. We still may do a decontamination on that boat because we are looking for other species that maybe if a boat came from Lake Havasu, we'd know they have quagga mussels, but they may also have something else that we don't have. So even though they may have decontaminated them and checked them just for quagga mussels, in most instances that will handle anything we're worried about, but they're not necessarily checking for that species as well, especially when it's a containment effort coming from a positive water body or a water body with quagga mussels. So we'll do most likely another decontamination, but we won't charge the boater for that because they did what they were supposed to do. They did their due diligence. They tried to do whatever they could to become clean, drain, and dry, and so we want to reward them for doing that. And we try to make our rules easy to comply with. You can get on the boat or get an inspection, decontamination, and get on the water the same day. So try to avoid any desire to skirt the system.
Understood. And I know you said you had agreements with like some of these HOA or private quote unquote marinas or whatever. Is there any requirement for them to, what if they said, nah, you know, I don't want to participate, these are our people and we're not going to bother, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Is there, maybe it's an end down question, do they have to participate whether they like it or not? Because the lake, once they get, I mean, they don't own the whole lake. They may own that launch site, but so is there a requirement for that private property owner to comply or enter into that agreement? If there isn't, there should be, because, you know, like I say, you can't, there's limits to what your private ownership does when it can, and that's part of what government is for, so anyway.
Yes, thank you for the question, Dennis Abaglo, TRPA. Any launch facility is required to have trained staff present in order to launch any boats at that facility, regardless of whether it's a private homeowner ramp or a public marina or a commercial marina. So we have our code of ordinances that requires that, and they also have to be trained, and then when no one is present, they have to have means to prevent the launching at that location. Generally, it's a gate.
Understood. So final question for me on the on the mud snail thing. You think you came in on a non-motorized apparatus, if you will. So where's that moving towards to make sure you're not going to get some other species you haven't thought of? You got the mud snails. You know, hopefully we'll keep them isolated. Is there a similar program going to happen with that? You're going to say, hey, you can't bring in your private ones. You're just going to have to go to a vendor at the lake. What's on the horizon on that side seems to be a growing issue or a new concern.
Dennis Abaglo, TRPA. That was the emphasis on that non-motorized stewardship program called the Tahoe Keepers, and those 2 units I showed, the CD3 machines. We're placing those strategically at locations that are very popular with non-motorized to encourage the use of those prior to launching any paddlecraft to become clean, drain, and dry and prevent any additional new species that we may be concerned about. And one thing I did forget to mention, we also now have roving watercraft inspectors. So in response to that new infestation or new discovery of New Zealand mud snails, in addition to the watercraft inspectors that we have at our inspection stations, we now have 2 roving inspectors that go around to these popular locations as well, educating them, showing them how to use one of those CD3 machines if they're present, telling them how they can follow where those CD3 machines are at, but also to show them the Tahoe Keepers training video and quiz and how to become a certified Tahoe Keeper. So a strong emphasis on non-motorized education and opportunities to become clean, drain, and dry.
But it's still just education and you're on your own. Try to do the best you can. There's no coordinated system like there is for the motorized vehicles to get on, because they have to launch from somewhere. It's a different deal. There's other stuff, you can just pick them off your car and walk down to the lake and off you run.
Dennis Baglow, TRPA again. Many of the locations where that is popular, or you have a great ability to hand launch paddlecraft, you have to go through some gate or beach. So the kiosk staff at these locations are trained also to ensure that these boaters are Tahoe keepers, or that they are clean, drain, and dry. And if they are not, or the roving inspector sees them and they are not clean, drain, and dry, then they are required to go to an inspection station. So they are subject to an inspection, and if a trained staff deems that they do need an inspection, then they are required to do so.
So that may need to be strengthened on the protocol on that. Just we're in the beginning steps of it, but okay, thank you. Any other questions, committee? Nope. Okay, with that, you guys are done. So we will, let's see. Huh? A closed agenda. We're gonna compensate some mega mansions. Yeah.
It sure does.
Anyway,
He said that 1 year.
we're gonna close agenda item 6. We're gonna move to agenda item 7, Tahoe Science Advisory Council overview and activity update. Tahoe Advisory Council, Robert Larson.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Bob Larson. I serve as the program officer for the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. And Chair Daly, members of the committee, on behalf of the council, thank you so much for having us today. I'm going to give just a brief overview of who the council is. I know that microplastics are the primary interest today, so I'm going to try to get through most of my material pretty quickly. Looking first at who the council is again and who we are, the Tahoe Science Advisory Council was created in 2015 by a memorandum of understanding between the Secretary of the California Natural Resources Agency and the Director of the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. So, like TRPA, we are a true bi-state organization. This slide just summarizes some of the council's broad objectives and our purpose for being. In essence, the council is there to provide a link between scientists and managers. By maintaining a diverse group of scientists, the council can provide a collaborative, coordinated perspective on a variety of different issues. We can bring forward new topics and really highlight opportunities to advance research and monitoring at Lake Tahoe. I think most importantly is the last bullet here, which is really the council provides space for ongoing conversation and dialogue between scientists and managers. So this slide just shows our membership. We have 6 different institutions. We have 2 members from each institution. So we have two academic organizations from California, the University of California at Davis, and then the University of California System at Large. There are 2 Nevada institutions, the University of Nevada, Reno, and then the Desert Research Institute. And then there are 2 federal research organizations, the U.S. Geological Survey and then the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Southwest Research Station. And again, 2 members each from each of these institutions, so we have an even dozen of members. We also have membership on the council for each of the MOU signatories, so we have a member each for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and then a member from the California Natural Resources Agency. So I want to take just a few minutes to talk about how the council approaches various issues. Not every project and not every activity that we do falls neatly into these bins. There is a ton of overlap, but it is useful to consider how the council leverages outside experts, talk about how the council informs policy with science, how we quickly respond to unexpected events, and how we identify emerging issues. So looking first at external experts, one of the council's greatest strengths is our ability of its members to reach out into their networks and bring fresh perspectives and relevant expertise to different topics. And in the past year, the council has had an opportunity to exercise this in a number of different areas. You just heard Dennis talk a little bit about the Tahoe Keys control methods test. The Science Advisory Council has been involved in this project since its inception. We actually provided an independent assessment of the environmental documentation before that project was approved. And then we have a standing group of scientists who review the data each year and assess the progress in each year. We're actually also talking about, once the project is complete, doing a workshop to assess what we've learned and identify next steps as how we can control weeds in the Tahoe Keys. Dennis also conveniently talked about the mud snail response. When mud snails were found last year, we were able to quickly organize a group of both regional and local experts, really from both within the council as well as outside, to talk about kind of where do we go from here, what are the monitoring approaches, and what are the opportunities to really get a handle on what we know and what we don't know with respect to this new invasion. And then in the last year, the Tahoe, the Science Advisory Council's Water Quality Work Group has performed a thorough assessment of Lake Tahoe's monitoring program. And once it completed that work, we were able to reach out to a half dozen different experts throughout the country, share those findings with them, and they were able to provide us with direct feedback on that work and provide some suggestions for how we can improve monitoring at Lake Tahoe. So this has been invaluable, really, to reach out beyond the known folks. Not everybody lives and breathes everything at Lake Tahoe, and it's great to have feedback from outside. Most of the time, frankly, we get validation that the science that we're doing is on track, but oftentimes we also get additional insights as well. So either way, it's been a very productive process to collaborate with external experts, and the council is really proud of our ability to do so. So this is really the core of what the council does, right, is linking policy with science and making sure that the policy that is moving forward is informed by the best available science. I know this committee has heard a lot about tourists and traffic. Visitor management and transportation seem to be at the heart of all of the policy conversations that we have these days. And the council is actively working to inform those discussions with relevant research and monitoring. We conducted a project last year that was informed by a Nevada license plate grant that really identified the relationship between increased temperature in the Sacramento Valley and the number of cars traveling over Echo and Donner summits. Not surprisingly, right, there's a relationship there, but it was good to quantify and see the increase in the vehicle miles traveled and the increase in visitors associated with warming temperatures. Most recently, the council conducted a project to look at monitoring programs. How are other areas such as Aspen and other high-use recreation areas looking at these type of recreational issues, and summarized those monitoring programs and provided recommendations of how we can better collect data here at Lake Tahoe to inform policies and programs here. Lastly, sorry, I just saw a note. I did meet with the director of the Destination Stewardship Council, and we were able to talk about opportunities of how we can further use science to inform how that group is looking at its challenges. So again, that group is really the nexus of a lot of these recreation and visitor management conversations, and the council's already plugged in with that group, trying to find opportunities of where we can support them. Rapid response, again, I think we talked a little bit about this with respect to the mud snail, but it's particularly useful to have a standing group of scientists when the unexpected things happen. And the council structure and our members' commitment to supporting resource managers allows us to be quite nimble and responsive when catastrophic events occur. I think some of us remember all of the wildfire smoke that we've experienced in the last few years. And when the Tahoe Basin was inundated with smoke a couple of years ago, council scientists mobilized quickly to really test the effect on Lake Tahoe itself. So they were able to set up sensors both on land as well as in the lake and look at the impact of the smoke. Looking at the Caldor fire, I think we all know the Caldor fire impacted some of our watersheds here in Lake Tahoe, particularly the Saxon Creek, Trout Creek, and Upper Truckee watersheds. And right after the fire was extinguished and we were able to get back into the basin, we had council scientists on the ground taking samples and looking at the impact of the Caldor fire on those systems. There's also been a lot of discussion, again, I think in front of this committee as well as in TRPA itself, on fuels management and forest treatments, and whether that fuels management work is necessary and effective. And to learn more, we had council scientists look at both the Caldor and Tamarack burn scars. They conducted a series of experiments and collected data to look at both treated areas and untreated areas to evaluate burn intensity. And they were able to confirm that those areas that had been previously treated, burned with a lower intensity, had lower flame lengths, and really demonstrated the value of those forest treatments for protecting our forests. So again, whether it's wildfire or new invasive species, like the mud snail, the council is there to quickly respond. So emerging issues are another area where the council has an opportunity to provide support to resource managers. All of our council scientists are active and practicing scientists, and as such, they keep tabs on all these emerging issues. The Council Forum provides a great forum for sharing that information and learning how those new findings might impact Lake Tahoe. Microplastics are a shining example of this right now. When a recent paper that I think we've heard about in the scientific journal Nature highlighted the high concentrations of microplastics at Lake Tahoe, it got all of our attentions, including the scientists. And the Science Council formed a group of both stakeholders as well as scientists to start digging deeper into the microplastic impacts at Lake Tahoe. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because I have a council scientist joining us next to talk more about microplastics, so I won't steal her thunder. But this is just a great example of how the council can, again, kind of dive in on emerging issues and provide support to resource managers. So looking forward, the council remains committed to the conversation between scientists and managers and strengthening those relationships between our agency partners. We're also looking for ways to better integrate into the policy conversations. As I said, when these new topics are coming up, we're really reaching out and identifying how that we can either embed council scientists into those work groups or otherwise have folks come and present to the council so the council is aware of what those different topics are and how they can help out. We're also committed to expanding our network. I talked about external experts, and again, I think we're seeing the strength of being able to reach out into council member networks and bring folks to the table and bring their experience and expertise into the conversation. I think most importantly, we maintain our commitment to providing a space for scientists and managers to talk. The Science Council meets every other month. We have a series of different work groups where we meet directly with agency staff just to talk about the issues of the day, talk about different monitoring data that have been collected, research projects that are underway, and really inform how we can use that information to inform our decisions going forward. The last point, I would be remiss if I don't talk about budgets just for a minute. All of this work comes at a cost. And our budgets for scientific investigation are either static or declining. And so that means that the money that we have to actually do the research and collect the data that we need at Lake Tahoe is dwindling. And that doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of the costs the costs associated with the type of collaboration, coordination, and communication, how we get the science information into the hands of resource managers also costs. And so know that we are going to continue to fight and do our work. We're going to continue to elevate the importance of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council and do the best we can within the resources that we have. But we're going to continue also to look for ways to increase the amount of funding that we have to support science at Lake Tahoe. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Committee, any questions? Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You said that I was going to ask you how often you meet, and you just said it, that you meet every other month.
Correct.
What does that look like? Are you getting together like via Zoom, or are you getting together? And then you also made mention of things that just kind of pop up. So is that every other month, and then additionally you might meet responsively?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Bob Larson, Tahoe Science Advisory Council. So yes, we meet every other month. Actually, post-pandemic at this point, we're mostly meeting on Zoom. That said, we are trying to meet at least once a year to get together to network and socialize with one another, just to kind of maintain that camaraderie among our scientists. We do have several scientists from outside the region who participate in the council, so again, Zoom provides a convenient platform for that. The Water Quality Work Group I mentioned, that group meets monthly. And then whether it's New Zealand mud snail, invasive species, other topics, I maintain and scientists maintain regular dialogue with agency partners. And so as issues arise, if we need to convene a group or we need to set up a meeting, we go ahead and jump on that and get that together. So if there's a peer review need, for instance, for Tahoe Keys, again, communicating with Dennis Abaglo, other folks, and just making sure that the Science Council is accessible and available to meet those questions.
I do have a quick question.
Senator Titus.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing in your presentation. I'm just curious, you mentioned about a static or declining budgets. So what do you have in process? Do you have somebody that then reaches out to the agencies to ask for more funding? What's your strategic plan moving forward for funding?
Fantastic question. Again, Bob Larson with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. So the state of California provides a regular funding source for council operations, and then I have ongoing conversations with the state of Nevada about opportunities to also support ongoing operations for the council itself. Then there's the question of research and monitoring at larger research and monitoring issues. So both the states of California and Nevada contribute to various monitoring programs for the lake itself, for the tributaries, as well as invest in research projects. So when there are grant programs that come through, we explore opportunities of where we can leverage those grant programs, whether it be the Nevada License Plate Program or federal funding, to how we can invest those funds to support science. I think we also see when there are questions that arise and folks say, can the council do this, or what about this? We then collectively, both within the science community as well as within agency partners, identify what funding sources might be able to meet that need.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, any other questions? No? I just, along those lines, and that's what I was going to ask, and I know you mentioned a little bit at the beginning that you're a bi-state organization, so spell out a little bit more for me on how you were formed, what authority you have, when did you come into existence? You talked a little bit about the funding. Do you have a grant writer? All of those things. Do you only cover Tahoe issues, or is it more expansive? So spell that out a little clearer for me.
Yes, all fantastic questions. Thank you, Senator Daly. Bob Larson, again, for the record, Tahoe Science Advisory Council. So the Tahoe Science Advisory Council is the latest in a long line of science organizations. There have been science partnerships in Tahoe dating back for decades at this point. But this particular iteration had its genesis in 2013. Shortly after the adoption of the regional plan, there was legislation in California, Senate Bill 630, that was adopted to reaffirm California's commitment to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and to the Bi-State Compact. Within that legislation, there was a small element that mentioned the creation of a bi-state science council, and a lot of that was driven by the need to support the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency as it updated its regional plan, and the need to update the thresholds. And so, based on that piece of legislation, then there was a larger memorandum of understanding that was drafted, and as I mentioned, signed by the Secretary of Resources in California, as well as the Director of the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources in Nevada. And so that MOU provides the basis of the council's purpose, its membership, and its overall objectives, like I laid out. So moving beyond just the thresholds and really establishing the council's purpose as council's core purpose as supporting management and providing policy guidance. The lights are still on. The mic still works, so I think we should carry on. I did get a blink from here as well. Yeah. So that's Senator Daly. Hopefully that answers your question as far as like the history as to where we came from. I don't need that anymore. So yeah. As far as our ongoing operations and funding, you asked if we have a grant writer, for instance. My position was established essentially as a part-time position. And so for the initial years of the council's operation, there was a part-time program officer that essentially just provided support to make sure that meetings happened and that scientists got together and talked. Over time, that position has evolved into a full-time position. I assumed the position 5 years ago, and have really tried to accelerate that science management partnership. And so I actively work to coordinate with TRPA, coordinate with the Lahontan Water Board, coordinate with all the different management agencies, as well as our science community, and figure out where those intersections exist.
So is there ongoing funding from California and Nevada, or is it every session they're in, they say either you're on the chopping block or you're not? Do you have federal funding? I don't know if you said if you just cover the Tahoe area, so you're started to support the TRPA to help them with updating to provide them with information. You're not covered by the agency. You're separate, independent from that, to give them information. So who can call you up and ask you to do stuff, or you join in and say, hey, we want to talk to you about the mud snails, the particulates and the smoke, or whatever it might be, whatever the issue is. So do agencies call you and say, hey, work on this for us, but you're not dictated to by the board, you're a separate organization, and provide independent information?
Correct, Senator Daley. Thank you again for the question. Bob Larson, Tahoe Science Advisory Council. You're absolutely right. We are an independent organization by design and by creation to provide independent, objective advice. We're not beholden to any particular agency. My position is within the California Natural Resources Agency. As far as funding is concerned, the state of California does provide ongoing, predictable funding for operations in a modest amount. There is no steady, ongoing funding from the state of Nevada. We've had one-time funding for different projects, but there's no operational funding per se. The state of California provides the operational funding on a regular basis and supports my position. But as far as who we are beholden to, you're absolutely right. Anybody can call us up and say, we have a question about this, how can you help? And we can determine whether or not there are resources, what information we have that we can bring to bear in that question. So again, an independent, objective science organization providing guidance and advice to resource managers across the board, not just TRPA, not just all the different organizations you heard from today from Nevada. All those organizations have the same access to the council for our support.
But it's focused on the Tahoe Basin.
Correct. It is completely for the Tahoe Basin. Sorry, I failed to answer that question twice now, but yes, exactly. It is explicitly for the Tahoe Basin.
I wasn't going to let you get away.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be clear on that, and that may be something. I'm not on any of the finance committees in our legislative body on purpose. I'm happy not to be there, but maybe we need to. We do have one member that is on there, though, so. So maybe we're looking at something there. So. Okay.
Again, Senator, thank you very much. Again, Bob Larson for the record, and we welcome an opportunity. There have been ongoing conversations about how we can, how the state of Nevada can have some skin in the game with respect to the operations of the council, and those budget conversations are always complicated and tricky, and I appreciate and respect that, and as does the state of California. So that's why we've been willing to act in good faith and just maintain the council. My position, although I work for the state of California, I am of equal support to the state of Nevada and am equally beholden to the state of Nevada. So again, it's a bi-state organization at its core.
Okay, thank you. Did I cause anyone to have new thoughts or questions? Okay. With that, thank you very much. And we'll close. I believe that was agenda item 7. And we'll move to agenda item 8, presentation on plastic pollution in Lake Tahoe Basin, presenters via Zoom, so hopefully you'll get the computer working. From the Desert Research Institute, Monica Arienzo, if I said that right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you pronounced my name perfectly, and thank you to the committee for this opportunity to present today. I can't see slides. I don't know if they're pulled up yet, if you can see anything.
We can. We can see it, your screen.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
No problem. For the record, again, Bob Larson, Monica, I have your slides up, and I'm happy to advance. Just let me know when you're ready.
Perfect. All right. Well, so for the record, my name is Dr. Monica Arienzo. That's Monicaarienzo. I am an associate research professor at the Desert Research Institute in Reno, and thank you for accommodating me joining virtually. I am up in just north of Reno right now on vacation. So I wanted to start today by talking a little bit about the work my group's been doing at DRI, looking at plastic pollution and the work we've been doing in collaboration with the Science Advisory Council, which I serve as the DRI representative, one of the two DRI representatives. We good? Okay. Let's go to the second slide. So I wanted to start by telling you all a little bit about me. I lead the Microplastics and Environmental Chemistry Lab at DRI, and my group is comprised of scientists with PhDs and master's degrees, as well as graduate students, undergraduates as well. And we do research applying chemistry to understand questions about the environment, with a lot of our work these days focusing on microplastics. One thing I wanted to highlight was the training we do for students pursuing higher education degrees. So we do trainings for master's and PhD students. So currently I have 3 graduate students. And then also the training we do for undergraduates and training them on research methods. I think maybe some of you had the chance today to meet some of those students who participated in our research immersion program, and they are currently doing a research project this summer on litter in the Tahoe Basin. All right, so let's go to the next slide. So now that I've told you a little bit about me, I wanted to transition and now give a little bit more about some specifics about plastic pollution and some of the definitions of some of the terms I'll be using. So the first definition is what are plastics. This maybe seems obvious, but it's actually a topic of discussion within the scientific community. So I'm showing on the, let's hopefully if you're seeing it the same way I am, but the right hand of the slide, some common types of plastics and the examples of those types of plastics. So we have, for example, PET, which is commonly made up of plastic water bottles, and that's a very different type of plastic than, say, the plastic that makes up your grocery bags, which is plastic number 4, LDPE. And so all of these different types of plastics have different chemistry, which means that the way those plastics are going to interact with the environment are going to be different. Okay, let's go to the fourth slide, next slide. In addition to all these different types of plastics, then those plastics can escape into the environment. And so when these plastics escape into the environment, we use the term macroplastic. These are plastic particles that are bigger than 5 millimeters or bigger than about the size of a pencil eraser. And so this is what we study in my group in the environment. We study macroplastics. And on the right-hand side of the image, what I'm showing you here is a cleanup I participated in with Clean Up the Lake. So this was a group up at Lake Tahoe that's been scuba diving the bottom of Lake Tahoe to collect litter that they are finding. And you can see some of these macroplastics in the environment. Next slide. So the next term I'll be using is microplastics. So microplastics are plastic particles that are less than 5 millimeters, but bigger than 1 micrometer. So that ranges in size from about the size of a pencil eraser, right? So particles we can see with our naked eye, to particles that are about the size of a bacteria. So particles that we need a microscope to see. So this is, I'm showing you on the right-hand side here an image that I made just to give an example of what these particles may look like. This is not a sample, this is just an example. And you can kind of start to see the variety of particles that we end up with, right? And so the next slide sort of brings home this point. when we study macroplastics and microplastics, we have a lot that we are studying. We are studying a large variation in size. We are studying a large variation in shape and color, and then also a variation in the chemical makeup of these plastics. And I'm making this point because there is a lot of, I think, interest in microplastic studies and wanting to answer the scientific questions about microplastics, but it's inherently difficult because this is a pollutant that's really varied, right? We have a lot of size variation, shape, color, and chemical makeup. All of these factors then can influence how these particles are behaving in the environment, how they are moving in the environment, and then also how they may be impacting the environment. And so this is a really complicated pollutant to study. And I want to highlight that we hire a lot of undergraduates also in my lab to help us with these analyses because it's so complicated. So I just want to acknowledge the amount of work it takes to do this work that my group does, and really acknowledge the dedication that my team has to studying this pollutant, whether they're a graduate student working through one of their degrees, a scientist at DRI who's working on a report for an agency, or undergraduates who are supporting all of our science or leading their own science. Okay, next slide. So why are we interested in studying plastics? That's because these plastics can break down to form smaller and smaller pieces of plastic. So I've talked to you about how these macroplastics are plastics that have escaped into the environment. These can then break down to form these microplastics that I alluded to earlier, but they can also break down to form even smaller particles that are the size of a virus. Next slide. These plastics can also absorb or release chemicals. So again, coming back to how these particles can be interacting with the environment, it can be really complicated because they could actually be another chemical can attach to these particles, or these particles can be releasing chemicals into the environment. Next slide. And then lastly, these particles can then be consumed by animals, or animals can be ensnared in them. And so we really want to understand, in my group, we really focus on understanding where are these particles in the environment, where are they coming from, and where are they going? And then we work with other people who can then help us answer some of these other questions about interactions with aquatic biota or other organisms. Next slide. And so hopefully this video is loading. This is just a little animation showing you how we think microplastics may be moving through the environment. So microplastics can be deposited through the atmosphere. They can accumulate in our snowpack. As that snow melts, those microplastics may be transported downstream. We also can have microplastics generated from tire wear, and can be transported through creeks and rivers or stormwater. We also can have the breakdown of larger pieces of plastic to then all result in plastics and microplastics ending up in our lakes. Next slide. And this is just to highlight that I know that this is focused on Tahoe, but it's important to remember the downstream community. So I live in Reno, and I think considering the downstream communities who may also be affected by what's happening up at Lake Tahoe is also important. So the drinking water we receive in Reno, or even further downstream for the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, is also important to remember that we do have export out of this lake, and those downstream communities may also be impacted. Next slide. Okay, so what do we know about plastic pollution in the Tahoe Basin? As Bob Larson alluded to, and as we've heard from other speakers earlier today, there has been prior work done in Tahoe that has elevated concerns about plastic pollution and microplastics in the Tahoe Basin. One study that was led by Dr. Veronica Nava at the University of Milano Bicocca She analyzed microplastics in 38 lakes and reservoirs around the globe. And what she found was that Lake Tahoe was the third most contaminated water body studied across all of those lakes. And so this was really, I think, surprising to a lot of people. It resulted in, as I think Bob alluded to as well, a lot of news articles came out about this. There was a real surprise that Tahoe was the third most contaminated water body. I also want to highlight that work that my groups led. An undergraduate named Julia Davidson, she led a project analyzing litter that was collected by Clean Up the Lake from the bottom of Lake Tahoe. And what she found was that the litter, at every single location we analyzed, the litter from Lake Tahoe, from the bottom of the lake, every place she looked, she found plastic litter. And then she also found that the litter was dominated by items like food containers, plastic water bottles, plastic bags, and toys. And so this is helping us to get an idea of what's occurring in Tahoe when it comes to plastic pollution and microplastics, but also has created a lot of concern from the public and from managers in the Tahoe Basin. And so, next slide. So, as a result of all these studies that have been done that have highlighted the issues of plastic pollution, and I will also note that there was a lot of concern after 4th of July last year when we had a lot of trash found along Tahoe's beaches. There's a lot of concern in our community of what do we do? How can we move forward in an informed manner? And so, as I mentioned, I serve as one of 2 DRI representatives for the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. And so, with Bob's guidance, we started a microplastic work group. And the goals for this work group were to bring together scientists, managers, and stakeholders to understand what is known, unknown, and what we need to prioritize in the future when it comes to microplastics in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide. And so we really tried to take an approach with this group where we really tried to bring together a variety of stakeholders into the meeting, as well as scientists, to really help inform and understand what's to inform and understand microplastics in general. So we took this approach because when there is limited research on a topic like microplastics, there's a lot of uncertainty. And what can happen is if you're a manager trying to make a decision on where you should put your limited resources, it may feel overwhelming and can result in decision paralysis, right? And so if you don't have the information to tell you what you should do next, it's really hard to make that decision. And so we really wanted to take this approach to try to help capture that limited understanding, but also try to help us with making some decisions to move forward. We also really wanted to create a more informed group of stakeholders. We wanted to elevate knowledge in the basin when it comes to this pollutant that has limited research and does have some uncertainty. And what we wanted to do was to develop management and science priorities to guide those future efforts. And so through this stakeholder process, by getting everyone on board, we really hope we can drive action and move forward in a kind of cohesive manner, in a way that we all understand each other and are kind of moving together as a group. Next slide. So as part of this work group, what we did was we started by developing a white paper. And this white paper includes the current research that has been conducted in Tahoe. And I highlighted 2 of those studies that have been previously done. We also highlighted existing monitoring efforts, some of the current known processes and potential impacts. We discussed suspected sources. We also discussed some control methods. And then what we just wrapped up doing was sort of summarizing what our recommendations are for next steps. And so this is the part I'm really excited about because it really helps us to synthesize the state of knowledge and then make some priorities for future investment. Next slide. So here are some of the sort of high-level findings of this white paper. We have sort of come to an agreement on some of these topics. So to start, we discuss what are the potential sources to Lake Tahoe, and the work group has really sort of coalesced around concerns around clothes dryers, car tires, roadways and asphalt, construction materials, erosion control products, and litter as being the sources that we are most concerned about when it comes to microplastics. Next slide. We also have been discussing what are the options for controlling microplastics entering Lake Tahoe. And I think it's really important that we put this in sort of two categories. The first is local solutions. So we discussed a lot about plastic reduction, so these source control approaches, and litter control options. So things like putting out more garbage bins on especially high visitation days, and plastic reduction strategies such as single-use plastic bans. But I think it's really important we bear in mind the regional as well as national and global frameworks in which we are operating within. Within the state of California, there's been a lot of efforts to assess plastic use and plastic reduction strategies. California is really at the forefront of looking at this across the nation. But across the U.S., the U.S. EPA did release last year a draft national strategy for plastic pollution reduction, which I think will help to create a framework nationally for how we can begin to reduce plastic use. And then I also want to highlight that at the global level, there is the UN is leading a draft, currently a draft treaty on plastics. And so really trying to account for the fact that a lot of times when plastics are released into the environment, they aren't staying within our country boundaries, right? They are traveling globally. And so that's really what the UN is trying to tackle there. And so I just really want to highlight that this is a topic that's not only of concern locally within our Tahoe Basin, but also is getting this global platform as well, where people have been talking about plastic pollution. Next slide. And so just wrapping up here, when we surveyed our stakeholders after we completed our white paper and presented it and spoke to our stakeholders, we asked them, what are their top 3 priorities for studying and monitoring microplastic sources? And you can see their results here where they said, tire rubber, clothes dryers, plastic litter, and asphalt microplastics are really of concern to our stakeholders. And so now we have sort of a path forward for investment in the future. Okay, and so where do we go next? I think from a scientific perspective, continuing to monitor to understand sources, as well as where these plastics are moving in the environment. I think also there's a real need to assess the impacts of microplastics in the Tahoe environment. And then from a management perspective, looking at ways to reduce plastic consumption with probably a focus on these known harmful plastics. So an example of that would be tires have a product that is added to them that when tires shed into the environment, that product can then be released into the environment, and it is known to be harmful to some fish. So in summary, I think, my group, in my research, I spent a lot of my time looking at the microscope, studying these really small scale, the small scale pollutant, right, on a microscopic scale. And by working with the council, I've been able to really sort of zoom that out, right, and talk to managers and talk to stakeholders and really understand what are their concerns. And with the council, we've now been able to create some priorities and a framework for which all of us within the basin can now move forward and start to address these concerns. So I'm really excited about this work, and it's been a really great way for me to really get to think more broadly beyond kind of the microscope, so to say. Last slide. And so with that, thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, thank you for accommodating me attending virtually. And if you're interested in learning more, you're welcome to check out our website or email me. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? No questions? Just me this time, huh? Okay, so maybe I understand tires wear out and they leave a residue, and I understand that. Not sure about the dryer. Maybe you can give me more explanation there. But before that, is the plastic just breaking down into smaller and smaller and smaller pieces of the actual substance, or is it breaking down and changing chemically and altering its, DNA, if you will? Not exactly, but so is it a chemical process, or is it just a smaller and smaller piece of the same beginning substance?
Thank you for that wonderful question. For the record, Monica Arienzo. That is a great question. So plastics, as they break down, they do break down physically, so smaller and smaller physical particles, but they do also break down chemically. So we know chemical transformations do occur to these plastics, and that is a part of the process as it breaks down. And that is part of why we do see some of these associated chemicals can then be released into the environment through this breakdown process. So that's a great question. The second part of your question was dryers. So for clothes dryers, this is actually research my group has been leading. We have collaborated with the League to Save Lake Tahoe to look at clothes dryers as a source of microplastics to the environment. And we did this through citizen science, which is another passion of mine. And we engaged citizens to put pieces of mesh around the outside of their dryer vent, so where that hot air exits the dryer outside of your home. And we found a lot of material is emitted. Some of that material is plastic, and it does seem to be related to whatever you're drying. So if you're drying, a cotton sheet and a cotton towel, it's going to be mostly cotton that's coming out of your dryer. But we've also found that if you dry a lot of your synthetics, we do see proportionally those synthetic materials synthetic microplastics are also being emitted by your dryer. So this is really kind of at the forefront of the research, and we're really excited to keep doing this work on the clothes dryers, because I do think it's an underappreciated source of microplastics to the environment.
Well, and I was wondering about the dryer part, because I'm going, how do you get plastic out of clothes? And I know there's some synthetic in polyester and various things, but usually those don't go in the dryer. And then it was interesting, I think, on some of the SWEPs, environmental erosion control, which is solving one problem, is then creating another, apparently. So I guess we had to start to find a different fiber material or something, maybe use spider webs or something, I don't to wrap the straw in, I was saying. So I just thought that was interesting. We're using the plastics to solve one erosion problem for the lake and creating a different one. Anyway, I don't have any other questions. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank
you to the committee.
So with that, we will move from we'll close agenda item 8, move to agenda item 9, presentation on piloting solutions to keep Tahoe blue, League to Save Lake Tahoe, Laura Patton.
Thank you, Chair.
You gotta hit the button so the mic is red.
Got it.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Laura Patton, Natural Resource Director at the League to Save Lake Tahoe, for the record. Today I'll be talking about some innovative technologies and solutions that the League to Save Lake Tahoe has been piloting with our partners to really address those impacts from tourism on our environment, with a special focus on Zephyr Cove and Zephyr Shoals, and really our Nevada resource deployment that we've been utilizing to keep Tahoe blue. So for the last 67 years, the League has kept the exact same mission, which is to protect the Lake Tahoe Basin for future generations. We do this by using the best available science, and we really use this science to drive solutions, similar to what Dr. Arienzo was talking about in the prior presentation and some of the work we've done. So for the last 11 years, the League has been leading a lot of different cleanups all over the lake with support from TRPA and our other partners. In total, we've led over 2,000 cleanups, including those community-led cleanups, signature cleanups, and what we call our Blue Crew cleanups, which are community-led efforts. And we've picked up over 1 million items from the environment and removed those through all of those cleanup efforts, with over 60% of those items removed actually being plastic materials. So the cleanups that are really led by the League, but we're more importantly, these are community-driven and community-led efforts that are really trying to mitigate the impacts of tourism, of recreation, of the trash in our shore zone on the environment. And those efforts are to protect Lake Tahoe's renowned water quality and lake clarity. So I'd like to highlight one site, which you can see in the slide that I have pictured here, which is the Zephyr Cove and Zephyr Shoals area, which has just come under management this year, with Aramark Corporation taking over that site from the U.S. Forest Service. So on July 5th, after the 4th of July crowds leave, we've been cleaning up the beach with our volunteers, including a TRPA Blue Crew, actually. And for the last 3 years, we really saw a big uptake in the amount of litter that was removed at this particular site. In 2023, our volunteers picked up over 6,000 pounds of trash at just this one site location. And you probably saw some of the media surrounding that issue last year as well. So using this data and with support, from this collaborative Destination Stewardship Council that the League sits on, we were really able to work with the Forest Service and Aramark Corporation to improve the infrastructure, education, and enforcement surrounding the July 4th holiday. We were able to ensure that Aramark took over management of not only the Zephyr Cove area, but the Zephyr Shoals area, and then put in additional fencing, almost 5,000 feet of additional fencing to be able to control traffic in that area. They hired additional staff, and then we worked with them to develop additional educational materials to make sure that people knew that when they came to Tahoe, the Tahoe Way was a clean beach. And that was the thing that we set to really kind of set the scene for the 4th of July holiday. And as you can see in this graph, in 2023, we picked up over 6,000 pounds of trash. And in 2024, we saw a 97% reduction in the amount of litter that we picked up through these efforts that we really piloted, through this collaborative destination stewardship initiative, and really with our partners at the U.S. Forest Service, with Aramark Corporation, and also with EcoClean Solutions. So this, I just wanted to show this picture really to just demonstrate last year's event at Zephyr Cove and Shoals, and you probably saw something similar to this in the media last year. So, I showed this picture because I really think it became a call to action for everyone in the community. This year, we had a record amount of volunteers come out because of what happened last year to actually really address these impacts. We had almost 800 volunteers come out on July 5th to see what they could do to, help with our litter cleanup, to help with those efforts, and really, to create a new ethos at the lake and at this site. So what we saw through our efforts was really, that the Tahoe way is to leave the lake better than you found it. And the data that we collected, especially at this particular site, really supported that. And, that's really through the efforts of this partnership. So 3 years ago, the League and the Forest Service, we started to see this kind of uptick in the amount of litter that we were finding. And when we started to see that trend, and with the support of TRPA, we established what is now known as the Blue Beach program. And this year was really the first year that we piloted that at Zephyr Cove and Shoals. And with support from Aramark, we were able to install additional restrooms, almost 40 additional restrooms for the 4th of July weekend. And many of those, I'm told, are going to be remaining throughout the season through some collaboration that we've done with them. We were also able to install that fencing that I discussed. 600 feet of that fencing will remain throughout the summer season in order to make sure that we're directing visitation in the right places to reduce some of these impacts as well. We're able to install 40 additional trash cans, 3 additional dumpsters that will stay throughout the entire season as well, and additional educational signs showing people how to recreate responsibly, directing them to where appropriate trash receptacles are, directing them to where where restrooms are, really trying to guide people into doing the right thing and having that correct behavior. So really the work of the partnership, I don't want to say that it's done. This is continuing. We're continuing to work with the Forest Service, with Aramark at this site, and we're hoping to really expand this program as well, so that we're expanding this ethos not only in this one site where we're kind of piloting all of these 3 kind of very simple things, if you think about it: infrastructure, education, enforcement. We know that that's what we needed to do, and we're really focusing on implementing that this year. And then the other aspect of this is really the new technology that we've brought to Lake Tahoe as well, in partnership with EcoClean Solutions, because volunteers can only do so much above the sand. And so what we've been finding is that there is some accumulation, especially of those macroplastics that Dr. Arienzo mentioned before. We're actually finding 10 times in terms of the amount of items beneath the sand. So we're deploying this technology called BBOT at these different site locations throughout the lake. This year, we were able to get a Lake Tahoe Restoration Act grant, and this is an environmental improvement program as well. I want to make sure that that is emphasized, so that we're really utilizing different technologies to actually prevent microplastics from ever being in the lake. If we can capture those plastics at those larger sizes, then we can make sure that we're not the 3rd most contaminated lake for microplastics. So this type of technology is really, really important. And we're also working with Desert Research Institute on making sure that we're figuring out exactly what types of materials we're collecting as well, because the League Save Lake Tahoe really prides ourselves on utilizing the data and utilizing the science to come up with different solutions. So, we still have some work to be done. We're really excited about the progress that we've seen this year. Again, through 11 years of cleanups, we've been able to utilize the data for different solutions. We were able to pass a plastic water bottle ban, a plastic bag ban, and a polystyrene ban in the city of South Lake Tahoe with the data that we've collected through all of these successful cleanups. We've really been able to, again, reduce the amount of litter at this one site location, but we're seeing that as a trend as we start to, move this program beyond Zephyr Cove and Shoals into areas such as Meeks Bay and working with the Washoe tribe. And we're really hoping to, continue this program expansion with the Destination Stewardship Council, with the work of all of our partners, with the different agencies, to make sure that we're really working together to keep Tahoe blue. And thank you.
committee, any questions? Senator Titus.
Actually, I don't have a question. I just want to have a thank you. I think that your group has done a stellar job, and the difference just with education. I think a majority of people will do the right thing given the right opportunity, and having the foresight to put up the bathrooms, put up the signage, give some directions. And that's what I had complained about first when it happened. And last year, it was really, they didn't have garbage cans there, so they're just going to not carry it out, which is ridiculous because you should be carrying stuff out. But recognizing where the opportunities, that low-hanging fruit, that, hey, how about if we put out more garbage cans? Maybe that will help. And so thank you for what you're doing, and it's nice to see it actually made a difference.
Thank you.
Any other? Senator Sharple.
I also agree. I think you guys have done an excellent job, and I appreciate all of these efforts. I'm especially interested in the pilot programs to ban or reduce the use of particular plastics in particular places. And you had noted that there was a 97% reduction in the litter weight from 2023. And so can you just give us really briefly how you get to that number?
Thank you, Laura Patton, for the record. That's a great question. We actually have all of our volunteers fill out data cards for all of the materials that are collected. So every single time that we do a cleanup, we actually tally all of the data from every cleanup, including, how many plastic water bottles are collected, how many caps, what type of material everything is that's collected. And we've done that for over a decade. So we've been able to collate that information. We actually also have a trash dashboard on our website that updates on a bi-weekly basis so that we can actually see if there's any difference in terms of what we're picking up. If we pass a plastic water bottle ban, are there less plastic water bottles, as an example? So we're really trying to track every single piece of trash that we pick up so that we can advocate for the right solution in the right place at the right time.
And is there some kind of statistical method for like a control as well? Because, if I go down to the beach and I pick up one water bottle, and then the 8 of us go down next week and we pick up 25 water bottles, you can't compare those and say, oh no, there are now more water bottles on the beach because we had a much larger group of people seeing a much larger portion of the beach. And so how is that accounted for in these numbers?
Thank you, Laura Patton, for the record. That's a great question. We actually count the number of volunteers as well, and we do acreage for each cleanup that we do. And we also assign particular areas, and we have GPS locations for each specific area. So every time an area is cleaned up, you can say adopt half a mile of beach. And we have crews that go out and adopt that half mile. And we collect the number of people, the number of hours as well that they're collecting trash, and the type of material. So it's a pretty thorough process. There are differences in terms of, some 5th of Julys, we've actually cleaned up less trash just because of the weather, as an example. So we try and control as much as we can.
And I think that is absolutely fantastic, and that really gives some context, and I think that makes that 97% more powerful, because we all know that statistics are, only as good as the data that you put in. And so we're not picking 2 different beaches on 2 different days in order to get this number that we want. You've actually accounted for the other kinds of variances that can occur and give us spurious correlations, whereas here it really, to the best of our ability, it really does appear to be causation. And so I appreciate that, and I think that it's incredibly helpful moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any others from the committee? Well, none for me on this one. So thank you for the presentation. And with that, we will close agenda item number 9, move on to agenda item 10, which is our second period of public comment. So please remember to state and spell your name for the record. Limit your comments to 2 minutes. We will time each speaker during the comment to ensure everyone has fair opportunity. So with that, do we have anyone wishing to provide public comment here? If you're coming up, fill the chairs. You're up.
Brett Tibbetts, Tahoe East Shore Alliance. I wasn't going to speak. There's no doubt this year that Zephyr Cove was better. I walked 5:30 a.m. on Friday, July 5th, from Skyland to Zephyr Cove. The lack of trash was amazing. But the space from Zephyr Cove to Warrior Way, where they took parking off Highway 50, is a small area. So all the parking got shifted down to Round Hill and Nevada Beach, and the parking was worse than ever. So they're parking on a 3-foot bike lane on to the mountainside, and people are opening cars. What we really need to do long term is to move everyone up to the heavenly parking lots and bust them down. That is really the only solution that I can see. But I want to say this too. I hope on your tours, I guess they're done now, if you can, walk from Skyland to Zephyr Cove, the Dreyfus Estate area. It is the most pristine, some of the most pristine, beautiful areas of the lake left. Aramark and the U.S. Forest Service want to put 150 new parking spaces, asphalt, right on the lake. They want to put a big event center. They want to put camping and glamping. That has to be stopped. Aramark has been fired from Crater Lake. They're not a good operator. They're in real trouble at Yosemite. It's just going to be a crime if this pristine area of the lake is taken away. So I just wanted to give another side to this. The East Shore is like virtually unanimously against the expansion. So thank you very much. But this year was 1,000% better at Zephyr Cove. You have to give credit to that.
And you were slightly over, but thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. I live right next to the Dreyfus Estate. I can only say everything that was mentioned right now is correct. Dear committee members, dear chairman, as the only elected oversight for the agency responsible for the well-being of our cherished lake, residents and tourists, your role is crucial. I'm here to express my deep concern over the failings of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. TRPA has strayed from its missions by disregarding Nevada, California state laws, as well as its own bi-state compact. This agency seems more focused on securing millions in federal grants for road diets and bike lanes than prioritizing environmental protection and public safety. They have neglected to encourage responsible tourism and environmental respect. There are no significant efforts to promote fire safety or reduce littering, save the private efforts. Where is the collaboration with the Forest Service to address the 20-year backlog of burn piles in the basin? This issue was acknowledged last year by Valerie Hipkins in her presentation attended by me and Julie Reagan. TRPA routinely disregards public input, favoring the interests of special interest groups and wealthy individuals. This has turned into another self-serving government entity. For instance, why do they approve massive underwater hockey pools in Incline for Elon Musk's cousin, or sprawling compounds on the West Shore for Mark Zuckerberg? The proposed privatization of Homeward Resort further highlights these misguided priorities. Now, additionally, Caltrans is proposing a road diet for State Line from the Y. NDOT's final proposal for Highway 50 in Nevada still includes a bike lane paralleling Highway 50. Please, this disregard for their mission is unacceptable. I completely support Doug Flaherty's proposal. Thank you.
Denise Davis, D-A-V-I-S. I appreciated everyone's efforts in keeping the lake clean and cleaning up after the 4th of July. But I don't know if you noticed in the presentation where they said they noticed the uptick for 3 years. And then it became a disaster and then action happened. We have citizens showing up and attending hundreds and hundreds of hours of TRPA meetings and other meetings, and we all are expressing our concern because we're seeing things and we're not feeling heard. When I moved to the lake in 1995, the TRPA restrictions were very strict, and that was due in large part because there was a lot of concern about restoring the health of the lake. What a lot of us are concerned about is we don't want to recover from a disaster or a mess or pollution. We're trying to deal with it before we get to a disaster or a mess. And so when we're expressing our concerns about increasing tourism or increasing housing, it's not because we're trying to keep the lake to ourselves. We're seeing what all of the other areas across the country are seeing, the results of the increased tourism and everyone's new love of the outdoors. So we're just asking you to please hear what we're saying, respect our observations, and just let us feel heard. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other in-person public comment. Broadcast, do we have anybody on the phone lines?
To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, this is Pamela Sigdinis, North Lake Tahoe resident of Nevada. I really would like to thank and applaud Dr. Monica Arienzo. She has given us a really eye-opening, important presentation. I want to underscore 3 specific things that came out of her research, and I look forward to reading her white paper. The first is that tire rubber, asphalt, and construction are among the top providers of microplastics and nanoplastics. Yet at the same time, the Tahoe Transportation District and the TRPA are petitioning this legislative committee to create more parking lots and more opportunities to do construction and trail extension, which involve asphalt and a number of other rather large construction vehicles with very large tires, in addition to the number of people who are driving into the basin itself. I urge you strongly, for the purposes of future generations and the health of all who love Tahoe, please move those parking lots outside the basin. People can board buses just as easily in Carson, Reno, and outside of Placer and El Dorado County. Think about what your decisions will be in terms of funding. Please move the asphalt, parking lots, and construction for the trails outside the basin. Thank you.
Ellie Waller, to continue my opening public comment, TRPA Development and Implementation Priorities, DP 5.4, Schedule of Milestones to obtain a regional funding source for transportation projects and programs. An ongoing regional funding source or sources dedicated to transportation for the Tahoe region that is regionally expected to meet the needs set forth for its regional transportation plan shall commence implementation no later than December 31st, 2023. This has been discussed at the governing board. This was not achieved, in my opinion, with no consequences and probably not disclosed when requesting Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funds or ACR 5 requests for $7 million a year from federal funding sources for 20 years to help meet identified transportation funding shortfalls, which were identified by TRPA, the Tahoe Transportation District, etc. Then you have DP 5.6, adaptive management responses to be implemented after a results assessment. If the milestones established for DP 5.4 is not attained, the standard of significance for land uses in the Code of Ordinances shall be no net unmitigated VMT, except for deed restricted affordable or workforce housing. This measure will remain in effect until the funding sources are commenced. This begs the question of building moratorium, which was mentioned by a Nevada TRPA governing board member at a meeting. And again, when all else fails, the technical body will set a new target. Now I'm going to address vocal minority. I wear that badge, as we've heard that moniker from a TRPA governing board member as well. This term and many others needs to stop. TRPA governing board members should be held to a higher standard.
You're at your 2 minutes. Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, last sentence. Edgewood bends the rules with help from senior planners to their benefit with TRPA's blessings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no additional callers at this time.
Okay, with that, then we will close agenda item 10, our second period of public comment, which brings us to agenda item 11, which is adjournment. So that concludes our meeting for today. Thank you to all our presenters, members of the public, our staff, and everybody setting all this stuff up. Members of this committee, before we adjourn, I'd like to remind everyone that our next meeting is our final meeting and work session scheduled for August 16th at 1 p.m. That meeting will be held in the Legislative Building in Carson City and video conference to the Legislative Building in Las Vegas. And I think we're just before or just after the Lake Tahoe, is it the 14th, the summit? So everyone should remind and have the summit on their agenda as well, coming up on the 14th. So with that, we're adjourned.